Good morning. As per usual, we will start by elevating our court reporter, please.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning to all. It is June 5th, 2026. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481 and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. So witnesses are welcome to ask Ms. Mullen to advance slides as you are ready during your presentation, and cross-examiners may address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up particular exhibits. We will take breaks as usual, and we will have a hard stop today at 5 p.m. Maybe sooner if we're lucky. Not a hard stop, but maybe we'll be done sooner. I do not have procedural, I do have procedural issues, which is I did have a chance. We talked yesterday about the timing of Seawinds witnesses. I don't see Mr. Moore with us here, but maybe some can represent the discussion. And I noticed that I had a better chance to look at DTEC's witnesses and the amount of time there. So I thought maybe it would merit a discussion about how to order, because it looks like if we're going to go forward with DTEC on Monday, we're not going to have time for Seawind regardless. So I was thinking that through, but it looks like we may have some input on this issue. If we can please elevate we already did it. Good morning, Ms. Tabor, and good morning, Ms. Muskell. Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. We have been working through the night and the morning to try to provide more clarity on the scheduling, and Ms. Moskal is prepared to address that. She's been the schedule manager so far.
Thank you. Ms. Moskal, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, just figuring out some audio issues over here. Thank you. So as Ms. Tabor said, we have been coordinating with Protestants Council and Mr. Moore specifically, and it sounds like his witnesses are able to go on the 10th. And we are able to move Brian Young, Dr. Mell, and Dr. Foglia to make space for Seawinds witnesses. But the issue that we're running into is that given the current cross estimates, there aren't really any gaps in the schedule for them to fill. I've done some napkin math. There is a little bit of extra time currently on the 24th and the 26th, but the 18th and the 23rd are significantly overscheduled. So I'm assuming that we are going to need space for carryover. So I see a couple of options. Now that DWR has had a little more time to prepare, it's possible that they could shorten some of their cross estimates that would help us plan, but I don't want to assume that they are ready to do that, in which case it looks like we might need to schedule an additional hearing date just based on the current estimates. And depending on the forthcoming ruling on the motion to quash, that might already be necessary. So I will leave it to your discretion. Interested to hear if DWR's counsel has any thoughts.
Yes, thank you. And I was looking at, I did notice that the time at the end, but also that there's overages on some days. So if we can please elevate Ms. Carroll. And Ms. Carroll, I know you may not have an answer to this in the moment. We can work on this today. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Ann Carroll for DWR. Yeah, as we sit here, we think our estimates are still accurate. So we don't think there could be any adjustment in the time for cross. And yeah, we also had the question about the motion to quash and how that would affect schedule. So.
Yes. So if we need an additional hearing day, I'm looking at, there is a possibility of June 19th. I don't know why I initially didn't schedule that one, but I did not. So that's a possibility. And then, of course,
It's
the
a
week after.
federal holiday. Sorry to
Oh, it's a
interrupt.
federal holiday. Oh, that's right. That's why I didn't schedule it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Juneteenth. Thank you. That is, I did have a reason there. It's not marked on my calendar. Let's see. Then the following week of June 29th, of course, we get into, I assume many may have holidays plans for the around 4th of July, but earlier in the week is a possibility. So I would ask all of you, I think, to look at your schedules for June 29th and July 1st. I don't expect a commitment right now, but those are possibilities for the AHO, it appears, when we could schedule an additional day as needed. So
Hearing
take
Officer
that.
Kinsey,
Yes.
I can already tell you DWR is not available those 2 days.
Okay. Is it the week entirely or those
The
two?
entire week of the 29th, yes.
Noted.
We took that opportunity in the schedule to have a
Right.
break.
To go do, yeah, no, I understand all of that. Let's see. It would be quite a push, but I enjoy spending time with all of you. We could look to June 25th. That would be a busy week. Otherwise, we're looking to mid-July, frankly. So let's see what we can do, because the AHO doesn't have availability the week of July 6th. So we'd be pushing out to the week of July 13th. So June 25th is one possibility that if you would please consider, and then you can also look, we can see how things proceed. But I will ask folks to look at June 25th, see if there are, if DWR is available, you're a prime, we need you no matter what. And then for the other parties, in terms of shuffling witnesses, whether that's a possibility. And let's turn back to that issue later today. I know you may have to talk to, we may not have a final answer later today. I'm not expecting that. But if there's more information, especially if there's a conflict that cannot be resolved and you can bring it up, then let's talk about that later today. And thank you, Ms. Moskal, for I know it's organizing and leading the charge on all of this must be quite challenging. So I really appreciate that effort that goes into getting the witnesses here so we can proceed.
Of course, we'll coordinate and hopefully have an answer by the end of the day.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, just a question on if any earlier dates in June would work. If we have to go in mid-July, that would really push DWR on Sir rebuttal. So
Correct.
I didn't know if there was anything available for the AHO that we could consider earlier in June.
Let's see. Federal holidays, the part of the problem is we have another significant proceeding in which we have closed session meetings with State Water Board members on some of these other days. So literally every day is booked, other than the 25th for the AHO, other than June 19th, which is a federal holiday, so that would not be appropriate. So,
thank you.
Yeah. Yep. That is, I will scan my calendar with a microscope over over the lunch, but I think that's accurate. We could schedule half days are a possibility. So let me take a look back at that, and maybe we can schedule a morning here and an afternoon, something like that. Let me take a look at that, and I will see if over a break, and I will see if I can come back to you with something like that.
Be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good idea. All right. So it sounds like CWIN, we're aiming for June 10th. Is that accurate, Ms. Moskal?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. So let's plan for that, and we will update our internal calendar accordingly. And then it was Mr. Mell and Ms. Foglia who we would be pushing to another time. Did I write that down correctly?
Dr. Mel, Dr. Foglia, and then also Brian Young, I believe.
Dr. Mell, Dr. Foglia, and Brian Young. I see that. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there other procedural issues we should talk about before we get started today? And while you're thinking, if we can please elevate Ms. Morris and Mr. Krieger, as is our usual practice. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Good morning, and good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for DWR.
All right, then with that, I think we can turn to our witnesses. I think we are back to Dr. Paulson. Is that correct, Ms. Tabor? Can you guide us? Where are we going next, please?
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Kelly Tabor on behalf of the City of Stockton. We will be starting today with Mr. Gramberg, followed by Mr. Small, and then Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia. And as we did yesterday, Dr. Garcia is supporting Dr. Paulson's testimony. He does not have separate testimony to provide, but after our plan is for each of them to present their testimony and then present them as a panel for cross-examination.
Great, thank you. If I'll look to the hearing team to please elevate Dr. Granberg and, I'm sorry, was it Dr.? I'm confused.
Mr. Granberg and
Mr. Granberg and Mr.
Small.
Small. Thank you.
Only two doctors today.
Yeah. And Mr. Granberg, there you are. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Mr. Granberg, do I recall correctly that you previously testified in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you recall taking the oath with that,
Yes.
with respect to your testimony? And thank you very much. And then Mr. Small, you are welcome to come on camera and off mute. And I think, Mr. Small, my understanding, and you're welcome to come off mute here as well, and we will check your audio. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry about that. I don't
That's
use
okay.
Zoom very often, always on Teams.
And Mr. Small, it's my understanding that you have not previously testified in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Wonderful. So I will go ahead and administer the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Mr. Small, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And then with that, Ms. Tabor, if I understood correctly, we will go forward with these witnesses and then turn to Dr. Paulson.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you. Please.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Granberg. We'll start with you. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Robert Granberg.
And is Exhibit Stockton 30 a true and correct statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Are Exhibits Stockton 33, 34, 35, 36, and 39 true and correct copies of the exhibits cited in your written testimony?
Yes, they are.
Is Exhibit Stockton 32 a true and correct copy of the joint PowerPoint presentation summarizing your testimony and Mr. Small's rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Small, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Travis Small.
Thank you. Is Exhibit Stockton 31 a true and correct statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Stockton 32 a true and correct copy of the joint PowerPoint summarizing your and Mr. Granberg's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, good morning. Could you please pull up Exhibit Stockton 32? Thank you. Mr. Granberg and Mr. Small, please go ahead and present your summary of your testimony.
Okay, I will start. Next slide, please. So the overview of our testimony today is focused on two water quality constituents, namely chloride and bromide. And the reason for that is because the city of Stockton treats water that's diverted from the Delta, directly from the Delta. And these constituents that we feel are going to be these water quality constituents will increase in the future with the Delta Conveyance project. So starting with chloride, we believe that DWR's long-term monthly average analysis fails to consider Stockton's unique water system operations and treatment limitations. And the reason for that is because this, as I mentioned previously, the city of Stockton directly diverts water from the Delta for treatment at the city of Stockton's Delta Water Treatment Plant that was constructed and completed in 2012 and has been under continuous operation since that time. The treatment process does not have treatment components to remove salinity from the raw water. And that is a concern that those chloride or salinity or total dissolved solid quantities or that quality will worsen in the future with the Delta Conveyance project. The second constituent is bromide, although that is not a particularly, it's not regulated, but the result of bromide in the water, which we feel will increase with the Delta Conveyance project, does have an impact on the treatment process because bromide, when in contact with disinfection components of the treatment process, will form bromate. And we believe that Dr. Priest's use of an arbitrary 300 microgram per liter threshold for bromide as meeting drinking water quality in the Delta is arbitrary and is not reflective of Stockton's treatment process. We feel it is inappropriate and appears to be designed to make DCP impacts seem small and less consequential to Stockton than they are. Next slide, please. So for chloride, DWR's analysis uses a secondary drinking water maximum contaminant level criteria to determine that with the DCP that Stockton would not be harmed, provided the long-term monthly average of 250 milligrams per liter will be met. However, Stockton's specific challenges require it to divert when chloride is not above 110 milligrams per liter. And the reasons for that is because Stockton's water system is very complicated and has a lot of different water sources. Number one, the Stockton East Water District is a wholesaler of treated drinking water that is sourced from the New Melones Reservoir and the New Hogan Reservoir. And curtailments have been experienced in the past due to either drought conditions or contract constraints. And so when those instances happen, the city of Stockton has to look to other sources of water to meet demand for their customers. The second concern there is incompatible secondary disinfectants. So has been experienced in the past when treating Delta water, and the secondary disinfectant that's used in that treatment process, which is a monochloramine, is incompatible with other sources of water that use chlorine for disinfection. And when that is the case, as has been seen with the Stockton's Water District supply, that source of water that uses chlorine has to be turned off. And then either more Delta water has to be relied upon to meet demand, or more groundwater needs to be pumped. The third concern is pumping more groundwater to make up that difference in either not being able to use Delta water because of drinking water quality, exacerbated by the Delta Conveyance project, or curtailments by the Stockton East Water District, further exacerbates a problem of overdraft in the groundwater basin, which is one of the primary reasons why the city of Stockton invested over $200 million to build the Delta Water Supply Project. Stockton and the eastern San Joaquin County sits on an overdrafted groundwater basin and has taken very expensive steps to rectify that problem over decades. And the last on this slide is the continuing to look at the Stockton East supply is its uncertainty into the future. In 2035, the contract for wholesale water to the city of Stockton expires. And it's not certain that contract will be renewed, thereby requiring the city of Stockton to rely more on the Delta supply and groundwater. Next slide, please. So a degradation of Delta water quality in a simple math equation here equals increased groundwater pumping, as I mentioned, due to loss of other supplies, particularly from the Stockton East Water District. And with higher salinity or chloride from the Delta and increased total dissolved solids from the groundwater, together increases the salinity load in the treated wastewater flow, which is also regulated under a national pollution discharge elimination system permit to the city of Stockton. Next slide, please. So DWR is holding themselves to chloride objectives above the secondary MCL at other Delta locations. So it is an important water quality constituent that the city is focused on and not arbitrary. So the water quality objectives for municipal and industrial beneficial uses, similar to Stockton, apply for Contra Costa Canal Pumping Plant number 1 or the San Joaquin River at Antioch Waterworks intake. And so I'm comparing City of Stockton to these other 2 locations because all 3 water utilities provide drinking water to their customers. And if it's important to Contra Costa Water District and the City of Antioch, then it's important to the City of Stockton. And by this table here, you see that these 2 utilities have put limits on their chloride in the water, and that's what Stockton is also asking for through this process to DWR, who has largely been ignored. Next slide, please. So the city of Antioch ceases diverting water from the Delta when levels exceed 250 milligrams per liter, which is DWR's stated water quality objective. And in fact, they installed a brackish desalination treatment facility as a reason to continue to divert water above 250 milligrams per liter. The Contra Costa Water District has a goal of delivering water below 65 milligrams per liter. Next slide, please. Unlike other users that I mentioned, Stockton has no alternative water source to compensate for injuries from the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. With this slide, I will turn this over to Travis Small. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Travis Small. I'm the Deputy Director of Water Resources for the City of Stockton's Municipal Utilities Department. I've worked in water resources for almost 20 years, and I have a Master's of Environmental Science from the University of Oklahoma, and am certified as a Grade P5 water treatment operator and a Grade 5 water distribution operator. Our Stockton treatment facility. So Stockton's Delta Water Treatment Plant, it's a 30 million gallon a day membrane filtration plant. And in our pre-treatment, we use ozone treatment. And ozone treatment reacts with bromide to form bromate. And bromate is one of the compounds that we're concerned about that's a result of bromide. As Mr. Granberg said earlier, there is no regulation on bromide. However, there's regulations on every compound that bromide reacts with, whether it's total trihalomethanes or haloacetic acids, which are disinfectant byproducts. So it reacts with ozone, it reacts with chlorine, it reacts with all the disinfectants we use. Next slide, please. So specifically, the use of ozone and sodium hypochlorite in the Delta Water Treatment Plant can result in the creation of harmful disinfection byproducts, such as bromate, haloacetic acids, and total trihalomethanes. Next slide, please. Dr. Peace rebuttal testimony uses a benchmark of 300 ultragrams per liter to discuss bromide impacts. However, that threshold is not significant in terms of Stockton's impacts. Bromide does not have an MCL, but bromate does. For example, it is 10 ultragrams per liter. In my experience, even a 100 ultragram per liter bromide concentration has the potential to result in bromide concentrations that will exceed the 10 ultragram per liter MCL. I believe that the bromide concentrations from 100 to 300 ultragrams per liter would significantly impact Stockton's ability to meet these drinking water standards because it would result in creation of dangerous brominated compounds, including bromate, TTHMs, and HAAs. Next slide, please. So in 8 ultragram per liter increase in San Joaquin River bromide at Empire Tract as a long-term monthly significant average is significant. When we use 300 ultragrams per liter, for example, it masks the real impacts of what an 8 ultragram per liter increase could do. And monthly, so if we have monthly average concentrations anywhere from 75 to 240 ultragrams per liter, it would show 8 ultragrams not being significant because it'd be under that 300 ultragram per liter threshold that Dr. Peace used. So we, just looking at the data, we feel like that 300 ultragram per liter just would mask all the real impacts. Next slide, please. So DWR does admit that DCP will cause bromide increases, but leaves it to us at the City of Stockton to seek alternative water sources or invest in costly treatment process that could result in a 15 to 20% increase per service connection. And City of Stockton, most of our, a large percentage of our customer base is disadvantaged. And so the increasing our monthly bills 20% to pay for improved water treatment processes to remove bromide and other constituents of concern does put a huge burden on a population that probably can't afford to be increasing their utility bills by 20%. Next slide. Stockton concludes that the DCP will result in significant improvements in water quality for export users while unacceptably degrading water quality for in-Delta users, including the City of Stockton. And again, it goes back to, I always feel like Stockton here, we always get, I don't know if it's pushed to the side or forgotten. We don't get included on statewide planning. You know, for example, the DWR is working on a new water plan. We don't have a voice in that plan. We're the largest municipality within the Delta. You know, we seem to, you know, we're easy to leave out. We're one of the most diverse cities in California. We also have a very large disadvantaged community in this city, and with the impacts of the Delta Conveyance project, you know, 20% increase in your water utility bill. I don't know how much our people can afford this. And then the other side of it is, you know, the investments that we've already made into our water treatment system, not just in our drinking water, but our wastewater also. We're pretty close to $500 million in capital improvements in the last 15, 16 years, just so we could have potable water and discharge water that meets standards for our wastewater discharge. And when you combine our water treatment plant and our wastewater facility, we have one of the largest indirect potable reuse systems that there is probably in the state. And I know at least in the Northern California, nobody else has something similar to us. So with that said, I conclude my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Granberg, and thank you, Mr. Small. Ms. Tabor, as I understand, we would now turn to Dr. Paulson. We're going to present as a panel for cross. Is that right?
Correct. And while you're elevating those witnesses, Mr. Small, just a quick clarification on your direct testimony. When in referencing the units of measurement, did you intend to say micrograms per liter?
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Thank
Yes,
you.
micrograms. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, micrograms.
Thank you. And to the hearing team, if we can please elevate Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia. Good morning, Dr. Paulson, and good morning, Dr. Garcia. I see you're both here.
Good morning.
Thank you. And audio is working. So with that, I will turn back to you. And just for the record, we heard from Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia previously, and they have both taken the oath. So with that, I will turn back to Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Dr. Garcia, Dr. Paulson. Dr. Garcia, once again, could you please state your name for the record?
Adrian Garcia.
Thank you. Is Exhibit Stockton 29 a true and correct statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit DPWA 58 a true and correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes, and with the update that I mentioned yesterday, that I had published a journal article in 2025 that was not listed in my CV. The article is titled Topographically Induced Dispersion in the Salt Marsh Estuary, and it is published in the Journal of Physical Oceanography.
Thank you. And can you please briefly summarize your qualifications as relevant to your contribution to Dr. Paulson's rebuttal testimony and rebuttal expert report?
Yes, and some of this will be a repeat from yesterday, but I have an undergraduate degree in civil engineering from the University of Pittsburgh and a PhD in civil and environmental engineering from MIT. My thesis focused on understanding hydrodynamics and dispersion in a salt marsh estuary, with a focus on understanding the physical processes that govern and control saltwater intrusion. I have experience using several models, hydrodynamic models, including DSM-2, and I prepared several analyses and figures in support of Dr. Paulson's expert report and rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Paulson.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Susan Paulson.
Thank you. Is Exhibit Stockton 26 a true and correct statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit DPWA 3 a true and correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Stockton 27 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal expert report?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit Stockton 28 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Are Exhibits Stockton 37 and 38 true and correct copies of the animations included in your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Mullen. Again, will you please bring up Exhibit Stockton 28? And could you please have Exhibits Stockton 37 and 38 ready to bring up at the appropriate time? They'll be used in connection with slides 19 and 20, respectively. Thank you. Dr. Paulson, would you please summarize your written testimony?
Yes, thank you, and good morning. Could we please advance the slides? And we'll go through these, so I think we'll skip stating them up front, and then one more, please. All right, this graphic is included, well, it was included in my case in chief testimony, but also included in the rebuttal report, simply to show the location of Stockton's drinking water intake adjacent to Empire Tract. So the Delta Water Supply Intake Pump Station is located sort of in the North Central Delta, just to the northwest of the city of Stockton. Next slide, please. So the first opinion tears off and updates the prior opinions that we had in the case in chief testimony, which is that DWR has not disclosed the impacts of the proposed operations of the DCP on water quality at Stockton's intake for future climate conditions when the DCP would operate, meaning 2045 and then throughout its lifetime, and has not therefore provided information that is necessary to demonstrate that there would not be unreasonable water quality impacts at Empire Tract or to Stockton's beneficial use of its water supply. Next slide, please. So I previously provided rebuttal testimony on behalf of the Delta Public Water Agencies yesterday and would incorporate that here by reference. And in that testimony, I described DWR's DSM-2 modeling, which evaluated climate and sea level conditions for 2020 with no sea level rise, for 2040, those are FEIR model runs with 1.8 feet of sea level rise, and then for 2043 climate conditions, which evaluated both 0.5 foot and 1 foot of sea level rise. And again, the DCP would become operational in 2045 and would operate beyond that point in time. So it remains my opinion that DWR still has not modeled hydrodynamics or water quality in the Delta for the period when the DCP would operate. And DWR did perform calcium 3 modeling for 2070 and 2085. And DWR noted that that modeling required the implementation of TUCPs, but the impacts of modified DCP operations, including those TUCPs, have not been characterized using the DSM-2 model. And then even though DWR has stated that one of the reasons the DCP is needed is to protect against catastrophic failures in the Delta, DWR has not disclosed simulations of these conditions in association with this project or the impact that the operations of the DCP might have on the recovery of the Delta and Delta water quality following catastrophic failures. So in short, it remains my opinion that DWR has not provided the information that Stockton would need to evaluate the impacts of the DCP on its operations or water quality at its intake. Next slide, please. So this opinion number 2 relates to the salinity impacts at Stockton's intake. And my opinion is that DWR's analysis of the salinity impacts of the DCP at the city's intake is insufficient. And it's my opinion that DWR should have evaluated model results on an hourly basis and using Stockton's operational chloride threshold of 110 milligrams per liter. So this opinion 2 was developed in response to Dr. Priest's rebuttal testimony where she stated, and I will quote, The assertion that the city's internal 110 milligram per liter operational value should be treated as the impact threshold is unsupported. The city's own data set shows frequent chloride values above 110 milligrams per liter, including values exceeding 200 to 280 milligrams per liter during periods when diversions continued, demonstrating that 110 milligrams per liter is not the city's actual operational cutoff and cannot serve as a significance criterion, end quote. So as Mr. Granberg stated, the city's supply is derived from multiple sources, and the city constructed its intake to improve both the quality and the reliability of its water supply. The 110 milligram per liter operational threshold is based on multiple operational considerations. And I think Mr. Granberg explained in his testimony that increases in either chloride or bromide concentrations that would be caused by the DCP would occur in the same water year types and months when the city's other sources of supply are most impacted. So moving to the next slide, please. So Dr. Priest testified that, and I will quote again, DWR's modeling results demonstrate that the implementation of the DCP would not cause chloride to exceed the applicable regulatory objectives more frequently than under existing conditions, and that monthly average chloride concentrations in the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract would differ negligibly from existing /baseline conditions. But DWR's analysis of chloride is limited to figures showing long-term average monthly chloride concentrations and exceedance probabilities. So the information that's provided by DWR is pretty limited. So this figure is taken from Priest's testimony and shows the long-term average monthly chloride concentrations that DWR simulated for the 2043 scenarios. And here the 2043 CC50 scenarios have half a foot of sea level rise, and the 2043 CC95 scenarios have 1 foot of sea level rise. So what this graphic shows is that the DCP would increase the long-term average chloride concentrations at the city's intake from November through March. And then the next slide, please, is reproduced from DWR 512R, plus Exponent has added the red annotations here. So this figure shows the monthly average chloride concentrations for the month of December for the 2043 CC50 scenarios with half a foot of sea level rise. And what this figure shows is that the probability that the long-term average monthly chloride concentration would exceed 110 milligrams per liter rises from 14.3% for the no project baseline conditions to 15.6% with the DCP. So again, the operation of the DCP would increase the frequency of exceedance of that 110 milligram per liter chloride threshold. DWR did not provide information on sub-monthly time steps. So that would be time steps that would correspond to the operational decisions the city would have to make. And so we'll show examples of that later in the testimony. And next slide, please. So this slide switches to DWR's bromide analysis. And with respect to bromide, Dr. Priest stated in her rebuttal testimony, and I'll quote again, bromide and chloride concentrations at the intake are governed by regional salinity intrusion processes, not by DCP operations. DWR's modeling consistently shows that DCP operations do not increase bromide or chloride at the Stockton intake in a way that would impact municipal supply. That's the end of the quote. So this slide shows DWR's model results for bromide. They're presented as long-term average monthly concentrations. And these are, again, the 2043 scenarios with half a foot of sea level rise, that's the CC50, and 1 foot of sea level rise, that's the CC95. So this figure shows that the DCP would increase long-term average bromide concentrations in the months of November through March. And then if we can move to the next slide, please. This is a reproduction of DWR's summary table. So this is reproduced from DWR 513R. And it shows that the monthly average bromide concentration, it shows the monthly average bromide concentrations that are simulated at Empire Tract for the 2043 CC50 scenarios. And what this shows is that DWR's own model results show that the DCP would increase the long-term average monthly bromide concentration at the city's intake, especially during the winter months. So for example, during the month of December, the long-term average bromide concentration would increase from 230 micrograms per liter, that's in the top table, for the baseline scenario, to 238 micrograms per liter in the bottom scenario, and that's for over the full simulation period. So those results are calculated by averaging the monthly average bromide concentrations over all of the Decembers in the simulation period. But we see that DWR has also presented results for different water year types, and the increase occurs in all water year types, but is greatest in the below normal years, when it would increase from 251 micrograms per liter without the DCP to 265 micrograms per liter with the DCP. So that's an increase of 14 micrograms per liter, or more than 5%. Dr. Priest also stated in her rebuttal report on salinity, and I'll quote again, the potentially higher bromide concentrations with the DCP relative to the 2043 baselines could result in greater potential for disinfection byproduct formation in drinking water supplies that use Delta source waters, but the degree to which this would occur is uncertain. That's DWR 510R. So again, DWR's model results show that at least as long-term average concentrations, the DCP would increase the concentrations of chloride and bromide at the city's intake. And then next slide, please. As I described yesterday, we also evaluated Reclamation's model runs that looked at their action 5, which is the fall X2 removal action. As I described yesterday and in DPWA 44, DWR's DCP model runs did not evaluate the fall X2 removal action, which is also known as the Delta Smelt Summer and Fall Habitat action. And Reclamation's model runs evaluated the fall X2 removal action, but did not evaluate the DCP implementation jointly with that. So we created this graphic to show the model simulation results for long-term average monthly salinity at Stockton's intake for both DWR's 2043 CC50 climate scenario. That one has 1/2 foot of sea level rise. And again, we're showing here the no project and the with DCP model runs in red and blue, respectively. And then we've also added to this graph Reclamation's no action alternative and action 5 model runs. Those are also with 1/2 foot of sea level rise. The no action is shown in yellow and the action 5 is shown in green. So when we look at these model results, Reclamation's fall X2 removal action is seen to increase the long-term average monthly salinity at the city's intake in the months of October, November, December, March, April, July, August, and September. And during the same months, DWR's modeling shows that the DCP would increase or hold steady the salinity. So for example, the long-term average November salinity would increase from 327 to 351 micromoles per centimeter as a result of fall X2 removal, and then from 320 to 322 micromoles per centimeter as a result of DCP implementation. And then the next slide, please, shows these results tabulated. And again, you see an increase in salinity as a result of the DCP ITP operations in the top 7 or so months in this table. And then you see select months increasing salinity as, again, long-term average monthly as a result of the action 5 fall X2 removal scenario. Again, as I stated yesterday, neither DWR nor Reclamation has modeled both the Fall X2 removal action and DCP operations. So we don't know how the DCP would be operated in a Fall X2 removal scenario, and we don't know the water quality impacts of both actions taken together. But because each action taken alone increases the long-term average monthly salinity, and often in the same months, we expect that both actions taken together would increase the salinity even further. So it would be our opinion that DWR must perform modeling of both actions taken together for the city to be able to understand the impacts of both actions taken together at its intake. Next slide, please. So as I described in DPWA 44, DWR's water quality analyses rely on long-term averages or are presented as long-term averages. And that really doesn't provide the information that an entity such as the city needs in order to understand the changes in water quality and the impacts of those changes on its operations. So this graph these graphs are similar to some that I showed yesterday. Here we're looking at DWR's model results for the 2043 CC50 model scenario with half a foot of sea level rise. And we're showing the results at the city's intake for the last 5 years in the simulation period. So these model results are 2 wet, 1 below normal, 1 dry, and 1 critical water year type, according to the WSI HIST classifications. And the top graph shows the time series of baseline salinity in red and salinity that's simulated with the DCP in blue. And then the bottom shows the difference between those two scenarios over this 5-year time frame. So what we see is that for most of the 5-year time frame, the differences in salinity are small, meaning that that black line sort of centers around the 0 line. But in a couple of time frames, there are significant departures from in that difference. So in water year 2018, for example, which is a below normal water year, the DCP would increase salinity above baseline levels for about 3 months, from November 2017 through January 2018. And the largest increase in that salinity happens around the same time that salinity peaks within that water year. And the increase is from about 525 micromoles per centimeter in the baseline to about 675 micromoles per centimeter in the DCP operation scenario. So that's an increase of about 150 micromoles, or about 29%. Next slide, please. So we also did the same thing using Reclamation's Fall X2 removal action scenarios. Here, the yellow in the top graph is the no action alternative, and the green is the Fall X2 removal action, which is also called Action 5. And then the bottom graph is the difference in salinity between those two model runs. So what we see from Reclamation's DSM2 modeling results is that the salinity would increase in 2017, a wet year, in 2018 and 2020, a below normal and a dry year, and then also in 2021, a critical year. So specifically in December 2019, the peak salinity would increase from about 350 micromoles in the no action to more than 475 micromoles per centimeter in the Fall X2 removal action, which is an increase of about 35%. And similar to DWR's DCP simulations, the peak in January 2018 here would increase from about 500 to about 550 micromoles per centimeter, an increase of about 10%. So when you look at these two sets of graphics, the ones I showed on the prior slide and this one, you see that both the DCP and the Fall X2 removal actions are simulated to increase salinity compared to their respective baseline conditions, sometimes at the same time of year. So again, implementing both actions taken together is expected to have an additive effect. But to understand this, we would need to see model results for both actions taken together. And again, until both actions taken together are simulated, the city can't understand the impacts of how the DCP would operate or the impacts on water quality within the Delta at the city's intake. Next slide, please. So as I detailed in DPWA 44, future climate conditions will increase the residence time of water in the Delta, and the DCP would increase Delta residence times even further, which would increase the probability of HAVs at the city's intake and impact both drinking water and recreational beneficial uses. So in DPWA 44, I described how Delta operations are expected to increase the residence time of water in the Delta as a whole for all the climate conditions modeled by DWR. And those increases in residence times are expected to increase the risk of HAVs. And in this testimony, I will describe DWR's modeling in the Delta near the city's intake location. So the next slide, please. So in her rebuttal report on HAVs, Dr. Priest stated, quoting, although microcystis and other cyanobacteria have been observed at this location, and by this location, she was referring to the city's intake, it is not considered a primary CHAV hotspot, and a single danger advisory issued during the drought year of 2020 does not establish this site as a CHAV hotspot. And that quotation's out of DWR 514R. But this statement in her rebuttal testimony contradicts, or at least is inconsistent with information she presented in her case in chief testimony. So this figure is reproduced from DWR 404, which is Dr. Priest's case in chief testimony report on HAVs. And it shows that locations around the city's intake are ranked as high risk for HAVs. So we've added the green label showing the locations of Stockton's intake. So in DWR 404, Dr. Priest said, and again I'm quoting, DWR and CDFW have collected visual observations of microcystis during fish and water quality surveys at discrete locations throughout the Delta since 2007. The observations consist of a visual ranking, which gives a general idea of when and where microcystis occur in the Delta. The visual ranking, referred to as a microcystis visual index, MVI, is performed by taking a surface water sample with a bucket or looking over the side of a boat and ranking the density of colonies according to a scale from 1 to 5, where 1 is absent and 5 is relatively high. Stations in regions that consistently attained MVI ranking scores 2 to 4 and less consistently score 5 were colored red and categorized as high risk with respect to microcystis bloom occurrences. And again, that quote is from DWR 404. So if we move to the next slide, please. This table is reproduced from DWR 514R, and it shows the residence times computed by DWR using their subregion residence time methodology, which I believe is flawed. So I refer to the residence times computed in this way as pseudo-residence times. So here we've added a red box around the 50th percentile or median results for the 2043 CC50 scenario for the month of July. And we see that DWR calculated an increase in their pseudo-residence time of 8 hours, or about 7.5%, near the city's intake for the month of July. When Dr. Priest discussed the results of her pseudo-residence time calculations for the Delta subregion called San Joaquin River at Empire Tract, she stated, and I'm going to quote again, incremental changes of several hours under the DCP do not represent ecologically meaningful increases in the time available for cyanobacterial growth, accumulation, or aggregation, particularly given the continued influence of tidal exchange, wind-driven mixing, downstream transport, biological losses, and unchanged conditions for temperature, nutrients, velocity, and irradiance. And that's from DWR 514. So I believe that Dr. Priest's conclusion is incorrect for several reasons. So first, as I described in detail yesterday, this method fails to account for tidal sloshing and the connectedness of delta channels. And I will provide further illustration of this with respect to the channels around Stockton's intake. Second, Dr. Priest stated that even if residence time increased, other water quality parameters remain unchanged at this location. And third, Dr. Priest asserted, I believe without evidence, that differences in water quality parameters between subregions could impact HAB growth dynamics. And she mentioned light, temperature, salinity, and mixing. And she said, and I will quote again, as cells move through the delta, they are continually exposed to variable and often unfavorable conditions that can disrupt and terminate growth. Accordingly, movement through multiple subregions does not imply continued viability or an increased likelihood of bloom formation. Thus, even if cells are transported into an adjacent subregion, there is no guarantee they will remain viable, continue to grow, or aggregate into a bloom. And again, this quote is from DWR 514R. Excuse me. If we could move to the next slide, please. And here, if we could pause and I guess switch over to Stockton 37, which has the animation. So while that's being brought up, I will describe it. So what we did to evaluate DWR's claims with respect to residence times near the city's intake, and then to illustrate sloshing flows, we used DWR's DSM-2 model results to create animations. And this animation that's being played right now shows DWR's modeling of tracer concentrations that were placed into this subregion, the San Joaquin River near Venice Island, on the 3rd day of July 2000. And as a reminder, what DWR did was to count the hours for the tracer concentration to fall to less than 10% of the original tracer concentration in that subregion for the first time. And that's what they called the pseudo-resident, or I call this residence time. I call the pseudo-residence time, excuse me. They called the residence time for that region. So if we could just continue to play this, thank you. This animation shows DWR's model results for tracer inserted into the subregion that they called San Joaquin River near Venice Island. And again, as with the animations yesterday, any channel that is colored light yellow has a tracer concentration less than 10%. And colors that are more vibrant than that have tracer concentrations greater than 10%. So what this simulation shows is that the tracer concentration in that subregion didn't drop below a 10% concentration for the last time until about 168 hours for the July 2000 animation. And more importantly, the tracer concentrations didn't fall to less than 10% in other parts of the model domain until about day 11 to about 264 hours. So again, this animation shows that tracer concentrations in this initial subregion slosh back and forth through the subregion and move down into the South Delta, slosh into and out of other Delta subregions, including the other Delta subregions that are transited by this particular tracer release include Mildred Island, channels near Mildred Island, and Middle River. And then if we could go back to the animation, or the PowerPoint, excuse me, while we do, what it shows is that what these animations show is that water sloshes back and forth. And apologies, could we go to the next slide, please? Water sloshes back and forth between these subregions, such that water from other subregions replaces water in the tracer subregion, and water from the tracer subregion flows through other subregions. And in fact, DWR's modeled pseudo-residence times don't provide a reliable measure of DCP impacts on HABs in the Delta, including at the city's intake. So, and apologies, I have my pages mixed up. This animation, if we could move to Stockton 38 for the native file, this shows a tracer release into a different subregion. It's adjacent to that first subregion. This animation will be for a tracer release into the subregion that DWR calls Mokelumne River near Bodine Island. And so this animation shows tracer sloshing back and forth between this Mokelumne River subregion and the adjacent Venice Island subregion that we saw in the prior animation. And again, DWR selected these subregions as areas that have favorable growth conditions for HABs. So again, here, DWR's model results show that HAB cells or tracer that would leave one subregion often flow into and through other subregions over periods of days to weeks. So DWR's analysis shows that the subregions, in essence, are arbitrary because water from one subregion can and does flow through into adjacent subregions. And again, all of these subregions are favorable for growth. So DWR's pseudo-residence times underestimate the total amount of time that tracer or HAB cells would spend within these different regions. And apologies, if we could go back to the PowerPoint. And I believe we should be on slide 21. So we also included in our report screenshots from these animations. So this one shows screenshots from the movies at day 0 through day 3, or day 0 and day 3. For the top panels are the release of tracer in the San Joaquin River at Venice Island. And then the bottom panels show the release of tracer into the subregion Mokelumne River at Bodine Island. And again, you can see that tracer released in one subregion flows into and through the others. And then if we move to the next slide. Thank you. Dr. Priest asserted that even if residence time increased, other water quality parameters at the city's intake location would remain unchanged. So she stated in her rebuttal testimony, quote, "The DCP does not modify flows in the San Joaquin River." And that quote's from DWR 514R. So while it's true that the DCP does not modify the flows of the San Joaquin River into the Delta, the DCP does, in fact, change the composition of water in the interior Delta, including at Stockton's intake. So this figure is reproduced from DWR 514R, and it shows in the top panel the composition of water at the city's intake. And you see that it is mostly Sacramento River water. Those are the green bars, except in the months of April and May, when San Joaquin River water is dominant at the city's intake. And then the bottom panel shows the change in composition of water at the city's intake for the 2043 CC50 DCP scenario relative to the corresponding or paired baseline condition. So what you see is there is a change in the source water composition at the city's intake. And the green bars in the bottom panel below the 0 line show a decrease in the amount of Sacramento River water at the city's intake. And the bars that are above the 0 line show an increase in water from other sources. In many months, that's mostly San Joaquin River water at the city's intake. So again, there is a change in source water at the city's intake that would occur as a result of the DCP project. And that change in source water helps explain and understand the water quality results, the changes in chloride and bromide concentrations, for example, that are simulated at the city's intake. So DWR's own modeling shows that the DCP would modify the source and the quality of water at the city's intake. And then next slide, please. And sorry, one more. Thank you very much. So in summary, DWR has not provided information that would show that the DCP would not impact water quality at the city's intake. And a more detailed analysis shows that the DCP would increase chloride and bromide concentrations, residence times, and the risk of HABs at the city's intake. So in our opinion, DWR's evaluation should include analysis of planned operations in 2045 and beyond, the period when the project would actually operate, should include the impact of DCP operations during TUCPs and during and following catastrophic failure scenarios, should include a more detailed analysis of chloride, bromide, and the likelihood of HABs at the city's intake location to allow the city to evaluate the anticipated impacts on its operations, which happen on a real-time basis, and then should include an evaluation of residence time and the likelihood of HABs using a corrected methodology. And this concludes the rebuttal testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson. I think it makes sense to go ahead and take a break before we turn to cross, but Ms. Tabor, does that, this is our entire panel, right? We're good. We're ready for cross?
We are ready for cross, yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes and we'll come back at 10:22 and pick up with cross exam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I'll look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Excellent. And it looks like we have most of us here, and I will look. Do we have Mr. Granberg and Mr. Small? Are you here as well? If you would come back on camera, please.
Yes, I'm here, Travis.
Excellent. Thank you. And it looks like Mr. Granberg, your audio is on, but your camera is not on. I just want to make sure you're here as well.
Yes, I'm here. I've got to figure out what's going on with the camera. Sorry.
Sure. Well, we'll see where we're going to start. So I'll turn to you, Ms. Morris, with whichever witness you'd like to start with.
Okay, thanks. Well, I begin with Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia. Could we elevate Ms. Menton? She's going to have some questions for Mr. Small largely, and then I will come back and finish off with questions for Mr. Granberg.
Yes. If we can please elevate Ms. Minton. And I'm sorry I didn't see the hand earlier. Good morning, Ms. Minton. You're welcome to make your appearance as well.
Good morning, Keely Minton for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. Good morning. And then I think back to you, Ms. Morris, is what you indicate.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, Dr. Paulson. I have a couple questions for you. I hope you had a nice evening. Thank you for coming back this morning. I want to just confirm in regards to opinion 1 about your testimony. In Stockton 26, you state on page 1 that this analysis relies on and incorporates in full the rebuttal and supporting information you prepared on behalf of the Delta Public Water Agencies, including DPWA 42, 43, and 44. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in looking at Stockton 27 on PDF page, on your report page, because I know that's how you have it, page 4, where you list section 2.1, opinion 1. When I read through opinion 1, which goes through page 4 and 5, it appears to be similar, if not the exact same, minus adding Stockton as to DPWA 044. And in fact, it only cites back to DPWA 044. So is it fair for me to assume that all of the analysis that we discussed on this opinion yesterday, we've covered through DPWA 044?
I don't know what your questions are, so I don't know.
Okay, well, your opinion, all it references is DPWA 44. Correct on opinion 1, page 4 and 5?
Yes, but
Okay.
it also talks about this in the context of the city's intake.
In the header in opinion 1, it does say Stockton's beneficial use of its San Joaquin River water supply, correct?
And in the opinion, yes.
But in the analysis, it's relying and referring back to DPWA 044, correct?
The bulk of it is, yes.
Thank you. And looking at your testimony, Stockton 26 on page 3, lines 8 through 10, and specifically it states, DWR expects to require and request TUCPs, which would suspend all or portions of the water quality standards, WQS, that protect water quality within the Delta during dry and critical water years, correct?
With reference to the 2070 and 2085 conditions, yes.
Can you point to anything in the record where DWR stated that they would require for TUCPs suspending all water quality standards?
I know that they talked about requiring TUCPs and an inability to meet water quality standards without going to dead pool. I don't recall whether they used the word all or not.
But sitting here today, you can't point me to anywhere where DWR stated that it was going to, through a TUCP, try to or attempt to suspend all water quality standards, correct?
I would have to go back into the DWR documents to see if they used that word or not. I don't remember sitting here.
And in your testimony, you don't provide a citation for that statement, correct?
I've provided citations in my other testimony.
Do you have, okay, that's great. So
I don't know to the word all, but certainly to the idea that DWR would need TUCPs. Again, I don't recall if DWR used the word all with reference to water quality standards or not.
Dr. Paulson, did you conduct any independent analysis that shows the incremental effects of DCP operations on salinity at Stockton's intake that would be higher than what DWR has presented so far?
I don't understand what you mean by independent analysis. We certainly relied on DWR's modeling files.
So you didn't do
We did not do independent modeling of additional scenarios. We relied on DWR's modeling.
And if we could, Ms. Mullen, if we could turn to Stockton. Stockton 28. Page 9. Dr. Garcia, did you prepare this graphic? This figure 3?
That figure comes from DWR 512R.
Correct, but it has been revised. And Dr. Paulson said we revised it. So did you do the revisions?
And just to be clear, I think it says modified, and the only update here is in red. It's just showing the horizontal line at the 110 microgram per liter concentration, and then the corresponding probability of exceedances for the baseline and DCP conditions.
So again, that wasn't my question, but you said it says modified, but the slide says revised, right? I'm not.
The revision was from DWR when they realized that they had made a mistake with their DCP scenarios and revised their model runs.
So you
That revision was not ours.
Did you copy and paste, Dr. Garcia, this and then add the new red lines that you just described?
Yes, I added the red lines that I just described.
And this slide corresponds to the results only for the month of December. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this figure, can you tell me whether DCP is increasing or decreasing the probability of chloride levels going above 120 mgl?
Are you talking about 120?
Yes.
I would have to zoom in and take a look at the two lines.
Could we zoom in a little bit, Ms. Mullen? If you could just let Ms. Mullen when it's zoomed sufficiently for you. I think that we want to focus on the upper left-hand corner above that red dotted line.
And just to confirm, Dr. Garcia, you said you plotted the red dotted line at 110. Is that milligrams per liter?
Yeah, the red dotted line is 110 10 milligrams per liter because that is the sort of the threshold, the operational threshold that the city of Stockton has described, the relevant threshold.
Do you need my question again, Dr. Garcia? Because there was a pending question here.
Yes, if you could ask the question again.
Looking at this figure, can you tell me whether DCP, which is shown in the gray dashed line, is increasing or decreasing the probability of chloride levels going above 120 milligrams per liter?
Based on this particular figure for long-term or for monthly averaged chlorides in December, the gray dashed line appears to be to the left of the blue line at around the 120 concentration.
So lower than the blue line.
That would correspond to a lower probability.
Thank you. And if we could go, Dr. Polson, I have a question for you. You're asking in your testimony the DWR provide the number of hours that salinity exceeds 110 milligrams per liter for chloride, correct?
I'm saying that DWR has not provided information sufficient to allow the city to understand that.
Would you agree that based on the data you provided in your case in chief testimony, that there are many hours that salinity currently exceeds 110 milligrams per liter chloride at Stockton's intake?
I don't remember analyzing that in my case in chief testimony. I'd be happy to look back at that. I don't remember developing an opinion about that.
Do you remember when we had a long discussion, albeit it was many months ago, about the data that you provided from Stockton's intake, and Dr. Priest in her rebuttal testimony showed a scatter plot. Her rebuttal
Objection, this is outside the scope of the witness's rebuttal testimony.
Overruled. Please, Ms. Morris.
Do you recall the scatter plot and Dr. Priest's rebuttal testimony in regards to your testimony?
I recall that I included a scatter plot that described bromide and chloride concentrations at the city's intake location. I don't recall the scatter plot I don't know if Dr. Priest used the same scatter plot or a different scatter plot. I don't recall hers. I do have mine in front of me if you want to ask me about that.
Did you present any information in your rebuttal testimony on how many hours salinity currently exceeds 110 milligrams per liter at Stockton's intake?
No.
And Dr. Paulson, do you agree that modeling outputs are only as good as the input data used to conduct that modeling?
I mean, I think there are a lot of considerations that go into how useful and when model results are useful. So I can't answer that question in the generic.
As a modeler and a modeling expert, you can agree to that statement that modeling outputs are only as good as the input data used for the modeling?
I don't know what parameter or condition you're talking about. Certainly, if you use crappy model inputs, you're going to get unreliable model output, but I don't know what you're talking about specifically.
Because it's a general question, Dr. Paulson, so.
I can't ask that general question.
I think we've exhausted this one, please.
If we could please look at the same, yes, let's go to slide 13 or page 13. Dr. Garcia, did you prepare the summary table that is shown on this slide?
Yes.
Is it correct in this figure you're showing long-term monthly average salinity at the City of Stockton's intake for 4 scenarios?
Yes, and to be clear, it's the two on the left are DWR CC50 baseline and DCP scenarios for the 2043 conditions with half a foot of sea level rise. And the two on the right are the boroughs, no action alternative, and action 5 scenarios with a half a foot of sea level rise.
And in table 1 that we're looking at, what DSM-2 output location are you presenting for action 5 in the far right-hand column?
I would have to double check my notes and see which one it is, but I believe there is a DSM-2 model node specific to the Stockton's drinking water intake location.
Can you please confirm that and let us know by the end of your testimony? You'll get a break at some point when we talk to Mr. Granberg and Mr. Small.
Sure.
And I want to focus on this table on the first 2 columns, the baseline 2043 and the CC50 DCP ITP 2043. Is it correct for the months of March through November, modeling results indicate that the increase in long-term monthly average salinity at the City of Stockton's intake under DCP is less than 1%?
I wouldn't calculate the percentage right on the spot, but I would say that it appears the difference from between March through, did you say March through November?
Correct.
Yes, the difference is in long-term average monthly salinity looks like to be 2 microohms per centimeter or less. But again, that's a long-term average monthly salinity.
And in looking at the months from May through September, there is no change between the 2 scenarios, correct? I'm solely focusing, I'll restate it for the record, and so I don't get an objection. I'm focusing on CC50 baseline 2043 and CC50 DCP ITP 2043.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, for those months, I believe you said May through September, the long-term average monthly salinity is the same within rounding.
And the other 3 months from December through February, the increase in salinity at City of Stockton's intake in this table is less than 2%, correct?
Again, I wouldn't calculate the percentage on the spot, but the difference in December is 6, the difference in February is 2, and the difference in March is 2.
And if we could, please, Ms. Mullen, if we could go to the next page. And Dr. Garcia, did you prepare this figure 7?
Yes.
Okay. And in this figure, you're showing the salinity results at the City of Stockton's intake for CC50 baseline, CC50 DCP ITP for 5 water years, 2017 through 2021, correct?
That is correct. And this is daily salinity, daily average salinity.
And if we could, Ms. Mullen, zoom in now that we've identified this on the figure so that it's bigger so we can see a little better. Great. Are you making the point here that DWR's use of long-term averages hides the impacts of the Delta Conveyance project?
I think based on this figure, it shows that there are differences that you can see when you evaluate model results using an approach such as a time series. And that does not get captured when you present all of your results in a long-term average manner.
And in this figure, we see a single month within the 5-year time period where the salinity increase of, it looks like 150 on that bottom chart. Correct? It's one month.
I am not sure that it's just 1 month. So each of these, sort of the the thick vertical white bars in the graph indicate 1 year. And so each of those sort of quarters would be 3 months. And so just based off of this, I couldn't tell you if it was 1 month, 2 months, etc.
It appears that if you are tracking this, there's also lines on the grid that are horizontal. And if we go to the grid that's, could we zoom in a little bit more, Miss Mullen? Sorry. Like I can't see if there's two grids. There we go. My eyes. There's a grid along the 100 line, correct?
You're talking about the horizontal line at 100?
Yes.
There is a line at the 100 line, at
And
the
if
100 value.
if we go to across past the wet and towards the below normal where we see the 150, that is, are you suggesting that that line that is very narrow right there that is coming up between where the horizontal 100 line is to the left of the BN is a 3-month period?
I don't think that's what I said. I said that the increase in salinity persists for a longer period than just 1 day. I couldn't tell you how long that peak to 150 would have occurred.
Okay. And does it appear based on the timeline shown on the bottom that peak is corresponding to December of 2017?
Approximately, yes.
And would you agree from the results from would you agree that aside from the results from December 2017, for the remaining 59 months, there are mixed results, sometimes showing higher and sometimes showing lower salinity at the City of Stockton's intake?
Well, generally, yes, there are mixed results, but I think the point here is that here we can see there are increases that are quite noticeable. And if we went back to the previous table where we're seeing differences that appear negligible or, or small, then there's a mismatch, and it is, I think, reflective of the way that the results are presented in the long term versus a daily or shorter time period.
And because we're looking at daily, would you agree that it's correct to say that the biggest increase in salinity of around 150 shown in this figure, it appears it's only happening on a single day sometime within December 2017, within this entire 5-year window, correct?
Objection. There's no daily metrics on this slide.
And I think we already went over that, Ms. Morris, that Dr. Garcia testified that he could not tell from this the time step.
But these are daily
there.
salinity results that you produced, correct, Dr. Garcia?
These are DWR's model outputs for daily EC. I cannot tell you how long that peak to 150 would have lasted.
And you looked at the model results, you show only the model results for this 5-year period, 2017 to 2021. Did you look at the results for the other 95 years of simulation?
For the purpose of this figure, I think we wanted to show an example. I think at different times I have looked at results for other periods for much longer periods of time, but here the purpose is just to show an example of a 5-year period with a mixed range of water years and conditions to give an example of what gets hidden when you use long-term averages only.
Thank you for that response, but my question was more specific. When you chose this 5-year time period, did you look at the results from the other 95 years of simulation?
Yes, I did. And we decided to use this 5-year period. It was the last 5 years of the simulation. And it's, again, used as an example.
And within the other 95 years of simulation, did you see many occurrences of increase in daily average salinity greater than 150 EC?
I don't recall.
Would
I
it
don't recall one way or the other.
would it surprise you to know that besides the peak you're showing here, that the only other occurrence is in December of 1924, where there's an increase in above 150 EC?
Objection, lacks foundation.
He looked through the modeling files. I'm just asking.
To the extent you can answer, Dr. Garcia.
Again, I don't recall the exact, differences for the full 95-year period.
Do you recall any example where DCP resulted in a reduction in the daily average EC at the city of Stockton's intake greater than 150?
Again, I don't recall exact values over the full simulation period.
And going back to my question regarding this period, this line, and the time frame, you would be able to look into your data to see when that 150 occurred to tell me whether it was one day or some longer period, correct?
Yes, I would be able to review the data and see if that persisted for a longer period or not.
And would you be able to do that while we move on? And I can follow up with you after we ask our questions of Mr. Small and Mr. Granberg.
Objection. This is asking Dr. Garcia to perform additional rebuttal testimony in the course of cross-examination, and that's not an appropriate use of cross. DWR can do its own investigation.
I was thinking this through, Ms. Morris. I mean, it's DWR's data, so you can know that too and put it in your closing brief.
That's fine. Or in the rebuttal, which would be
Sure, yes, or that.
just, it is his, this is information he pulled and plotted and selected. And so, I mean, I do not think that is outside the scope of cross, but if that's what the hearing officer requests for purposes of efficiency, we will do that.
Let's do that way. Thank you.
I do want to come back and confirm the node location for the table for action 5.
Yes.
I just request that he have the opportunity to do that on a break because this is a panel, so I don't, while Mr. Granberg and Mr. Small are testifying, Dr. Garcia needs to listen to their testimony and the questions that they're being asked.
Fine, Ms. Tabor, if you want to just provide an email confirmation at some point later today or early next week, that would work for me as well.
We're happy to do that.
And Ms. Minton, can you, I'll hand this over to you for the next section.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Small. I have some questions for you this morning.
Yes.
All right. You stated in your testimony that you are the Deputy Director of Water Resources for Stockton's Municipal Utilities Department, correct?
That is correct.
And I heard you say in your summary this morning that you've been in water resources for over 20 years.
No, nearly 20 years.
Nearly 20 years. Okay. How long have you been in your current role?
I've been in my current role since January 13, or since January of 2025.
And in this role, you said you're responsible for the water utility at the city?
That is correct.
And you're familiar with operations of the Delta water intake pump, correct?
That is correct.
How frequently do you monitor bromide at the Delta water intake pump station?
We have bromate's monitored once a month with independent lab, and at the same time the guys grab a process control sample for bromide.
And how frequently do you monitor chloride at the Delta water intake pump station?
They have an online instrument.
Does that tell you how often?
Objection vague. How often what?
I'm sorry, does the online instrument monitor how often? Like
It's
how often
online.
is,
Again, it's vague as to what.
is that online instrument monitoring instantaneously every 15 minutes, 1 hour?
It's online. It's online in our so it's continuous.
So it's always monitoring.
So it's monitoring online, yeah.
How often do you review that online instrument?
Can you clarify what you mean by review? Because it's continuously online. It's monitored online through our SCADA system.
Does that online system have any flags that make you check it, or do you have maybe a standard period that you look at that online instrument?
Objection again, vague as to check it. What are we checking? The output, the accuracy, the operation of the equipment?
How often do you look at the data from that instrument to make operating decisions?
I mean, we have a 24-hour senior plant operator that monitors the system. And that's one of the many parameters we have to monitor.
Do you turn off the intake if water quality changes?
Like what type of water quality changes?
Fluoride.
We don't really have much of a choice on turning off the plant. We have to provide water to our customers.
And I'm going to assume that's the same answer for bromide too, then?
That'd be the same answer for bromide, because if we don't have any alternative sources, we have to feed water to the
Okay,
customer.
thank you. Mr. Small, in your testimony, you state that Dr. Priest doesn't explain the significance of the 300 micrograms per liter threshold. Did you review Dr. Priest's exhibits that were used to support her testimony?
I reviewed it. It's been a while.
But you have reviewed the exhibits? Okay.
Yeah, I read through it. But I'd have to refresh my memory.
Are you aware that exhibit DWR 513R, which is cited in Dr. Priest's testimony, explains where the California Urban Water Agency's panel the findings for the bromide concentrations ranging from the 100 to 300 micrograms per liter to give users flexibility in their choice of treatment methods?
Can we please bring up that exhibit, Ms. Minton, so that Mr. Small has indicated he doesn't remember with specificity?
Sure, and Ms. Mullen, that was DWR 513R. Mr. Small, I don't know if this cover page helps refresh your memory at all, or if you need to scroll.
Yeah, the cover page does nothing for me yet.
Let's Give me just one moment and I will pull a page for us here. I'll come back to this one so I can get you that page number.
Did you review this exhibit? Was this one of the exhibits you reviewed, Mr. Small?
I don't.
Objection. It's inappropriate for Ms. Tabor to ask questions on cross.
Well, we haven't established that he has read it, so I'm trying to save some time here.
Well, I'll turn it back to you, Ms. Morris.
Can we go to page 5, please? Oh, I'm sorry, page 5 of the document. And I will ask this question again as we're scrolling. In your review of this, did you see that it explains where the California Urban Water Agency's panel's findings for bromide concentrations ranging from 100 micrograms per liter to 300 micrograms per liter, or to give users flexibility in their choice of treatment methods?
I'm waiting until I see the page.
That's a lot of question while we're scrolling here. Okay, look, we got to page 1. There we go. Is this what you were looking for, Ms. Minton?
Can you scroll up just a little? Oh, nope, down. Down a little more, please. A little more. Right there, maybe. The second full paragraph, sorry. So I'll give you just a moment to look at that and then I'll ask my question one more time. Did you review this portion of this document?
I don't recall seeing this.
Okay. Are you aware of whether there are any federal or state adopted numeric water quality criteria for bromide?
There is none at the moment. Not for bromide.
And did you review DWR 520, which is the Bay Delta Water Quality Evaluation Draft Final Report? And we can pull that up if you want to just look at the cover of that one too, if that helps you at all.
You'd have to pull that one up.
Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 520.
What date did this come out?
You scroll down a little more. 1998.
Do we need to go back to the cover page, or where are we finding the date here?
What are we looking for in this?
I'm just asking if you've reviewed this document
In
preparation of your testimony.
I don't recall. I don't recall at this moment.
Okay. Mr. Small, I am assuming you reviewed Dr. Priest's testimony, correct?
I had, yes, that was sent to me and I did review it.
And did you review the water quality modeling results?
Can we pull that up so I can recall?
No, I'll just move on from that one.
All right.
You testified that a bromide concentration of 300 micrograms per liter would, in your experience, likely result in exceedances of MCLs for TTHMs and HAAs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up DWR 510R2? And if you could please take us to figure BR7 on PDF page 56. And if you can scroll down just a little bit. Just a little more. I want to get that bottom one in the screen.
The month.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right, so this is figure BR7 from the modeled long-term monthly average bromide concentrations at San Joaquin River at Empire Tract near Stockton's intake location. Are you familiar with this figure?
I am not familiar with this figure, but the results do look like they correlate to what I would see during those times of the year.
I guess I'll move slightly backwards just a little. You did review this document, though, at some point in preparation of your testimony?
I did see charts similar to this. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. So looking at this figure, would you agree that bromide concentrations near Stockton's intake do not approach 300 micrograms per liter in any month under either baseline or DCP scenarios?
That would be correct.
In fact, the peak month of December shows concentrations of approximately 230 to 240 micrograms per liter under both baseline and DCP conditions, correct?
Objection, those numbers are not shown on the axis.
Roughly.
Oh, sorry, am I answering this one?
Yes, please.
Oh, it appears so.
So the 300 microgram per liter threshold you testified would likely cause MCL exceedances is not reached at Stockton's intake under either baseline or DCP conditions, correct?
Objection, that was not an accurate statement of his testimony.
And the DCP adds no meaningful increase to bromide concentrations at Stockton's intake relative to baseline, as shown by the nearly identical baseline and DCP bars in every month, correct?
Objection, vague as to meaningful.
What is your, if you can be more specific, Ms. Minton?
Meaningful to you as an operator, Mr. Small?
To me, it does appear meaningful because of the, you look at the blue line is less than the gray line, right? Or the gray bar right there as an operator.
Can you just, for the record, can you clarify which color gray?
The darker gray right there. I'm looking at the DCP 2043 CC50 compared to the base blue, which is 2043 CC50.
And then can you just tell me exactly what month you're looking at here too?
I'm looking at December. And yeah, December and January. And January would be significant for the city because that's when we do our quarterly disinfection byproduct testing for TTHMs and HAAs.
All right. And you testified that because 8 micrograms per milliliter is a long-term average, there will be months when the increases is higher, correct?
That'd be correct.
And still looking at this figure, the baseline and DCP bars are nearly identical in every month, right?
Repeat that.
Looking at this figure, the baseline and DCP bars are nearly identical in every month.
They are not nearly identical in every month, not during the winter months.
And you're still just looking at December and January, correct?
I look at October, November, December, January, February, March, and then once you get to April, May, June, they appear to be similar. Based off this graph, which 0 to 250, trying to have 8 differences, kind of hard to tell in this graph.
Okay, Mr. Small, you also testified that DWR's admitted increases in bromide concentrations may render Stockton's ozone treatment ineffective and will eliminate the use of ozone as an oxidant. And I'm looking at, in your testimony, page 3, lines 22 to 20, roughly 24. You didn't provide a citation for this statement, did you?
Let me, that one, which lines is that?
I'm looking at 22 to about 24 on page 3.
22 to 24 on page 3. That is my opinion.
Okay, so just to confirm, no cite there.
Well, it's so during those months, right, as it is, we have to be very cognizant of how we use our ozone. So any increase in bromide during those months will make ozone ineffective because of bromate.
You, in this statement, you said DWR's admitted increases. Do you have a citation to,
For the
or can you
admitted,
provide like specific language in DWR's testimony where DWR stated or admitted that bromide increases would render ozone treatment ineffective or eliminate its use as an oxidant?
Objection, that's not his testimony. He's offering his opinion about the effect of the changes that DWR's modeling reflected.
He states on line 22, DWR's
Well,
admitted.
let me, I'm sorry, Ms. Minton, let me jump in here. I'm looking, I guess, Mr. Small, when you reference in this sentence, DWR's admitted increases in bromide concentrations, are you referring to the description of bromide concentrations in the prior sentence, which references DWR 00510R?
I believe that to be correct.
All right, back to you, Ms. Minton.
Thank you. I'm going to jump to Mr. Gramberg just real briefly. Mr. Gramberg, in your testimony in Stockton 30, page 7, you say that also that DWR admits, and then you cite to that document DWR 510 R2. Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull that up. 510 R2, please. Mr. Gramberg, you cite that document, correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Mullen, if you can please take us to page 52, I believe. Okay, my bad, 57. My own handwriting is messy. There we are. If you could scroll down to that 3.3.7. Thank you. And Mr. Small, do you see here where it states, and I'm looking roughly in the middle of this paragraph, where it states that despite the potential for periodically higher bromide concentrations, the DCP would not substantially degrade water quality at any Delta location regarding bromide concentrations? Do you see that?
Just to be clear, Ms. Minton, you indicated you'd be asking Mr. Gramberg, but you just asked Mr. Small. Did you intend to ask Mr. Small?
I was asking Mr. Gramberg if he cited this document.
In my rebuttal testimony, yes, I quoted 510R2 in
Yes,
paragraph
thank you.
9.
Thank you. So then move my questions back to Mr. Small. Do you see that, Mr. Small, roughly in the middle of this paragraph, the sentence, despite the potential for periodically higher bromide concentrations, the DCP would not substantially degrade water quality at any Delta location regarding bromide concentrations?
I see the statement.
And do you see further down the last about third of that paragraph, do you see where it concludes that incremental bromide increases are not expected to be of sufficient magnitude to cause Delta diverters to exceed drinking water disinfection byproduct MCLs more frequently than under baseline conditions?
I see the statement.
And then Mr. Small.
Is there a question, Ms. Minton, based on those?
I was asking, I mean, he answered my questions.
The questions were asked him if he saw the statements, and you haven't asked him a question about his rebuttal testimony. So I object to those questions if they're not the predicate for a specific question regarding his rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Small and Mr. Gramberg, I'm sorry, Mr. Small, you did not cite to this portion specifically, correct?
I'm looking back through my testimony, make sure I didn't cite it. But
I'm sorry, Ms. Minton. Was your question for Mr. Granberg or Mr. Small? Now I'm confused.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Small. You didn't cite to this specific piece, right? You only cited to the above statement about the DWR admits part.
Objection again. I don't believe it's been established that DWR admits comes from this document. That was Mr. Small's and Mr. Granberg's characterization of the DWR data.
I think they did say that it came from this document.
I think the misunderstanding here is over the term admits, which admit I don't believe appears in the document in front of us. I think that's the distinction being made. But I'm also not sure why we're going over this in such detail. So I think Ms. Minton, let's
move on. I can move on. Mr. Small, in your presentation that you gave today, on slide 12, and can we pull that up, Ms. Mullen? It's Stockton 32. So here, Mr. Small, you mentioned these 15 to 20% increases. Can you point me to where this information is in your written testimony? Which is exhibit, let me look at my notes. Stockton 31, if we need to pull that up.
I believe that Mr. Small may have been summarizing information that was in Mr. Granberg's testimony. Their intent was for Mr. Granberg to present this slide
Okay, then I will ask Mr. Gramberg. Well, first of all, let me move backwards then. Mr. Small, can you point to where this is in your testimony? Is it in your testimony?
This is not my testimony. This is in Mr. Gramberg.
Okay, Mr. Gramberg, can you point me to where this information is in your testimony?
Here, it's on page 7, the bottom. Line 27, 28. Stockton 30.
And where would I find, like, what evidence do you have for this? Where would I find your evidence in the record?
This was calculated on current customer charges and for the entire budget of the water utility, and what that impact of those increases would be on the current rate. But I did not reference either Stockton's budget or their rate sheet.
But you did not provide that citation in your testimony, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And that concludes my questions for both Mr. Small and Mr. Gramberg, but Ms. Morris still has some, so I'm going to hand it back over to her. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Granberg.
Good morning.
Let me make sure our echo's gone. Okay, great. We're not very technically savvy here, so we have to push all the buttons. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony. On page 3, you state in general, and I'm summarizing. If you want to pull it up, I'm looking at page 3, lines 5 through 8. Your testimony states that unlike CCWD, Stockton will not have alternative water sources to compensate for DCP impacts, correct?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Morris, could you please repeat that set page and line citation?
I can't find it.
I can't either.
Sure, 1 second. Let me, hold on 1 second. Let me go back here. I've been just looking at your testimony on page 2, lines through 23 through 7.
3 through 7.
Oh, 23 through 27.
Oh, 23 through 27. Sorry.
Why are you referencing SEWD and that their urban water management plan shows no additional deliveries to City of Stockton?
Well, as I stated in the PowerPoint presentation earlier, Stockton's water supplies come from various sources, one of which is the Stockton East Water District.
Okay, so let's just go back to, let's look at Stockton 32, which is the slides you provided. And if we could go to slide number, there's not numbers, but it should be 7. So your testimony on this slide is that unlike other water users, and you do reference CCWD in your testimony, Stockton does not have alternative water sources to compensate for DCP impacts, correct?
Correct.
And isn't the question about legal injury from the Delta actually strike that? Isn't the question and the testimony you're providing about the impacts from the Delta Conveyance project causing a meaningful change in water quality at Stockton's intake relative to the baseline conditions, regardless of what alternative sources Stockton may or may not have?
Objection, Vegas to meaningful.
What does meaningful, how would you define meaningful change in water quality?
From the Delta?
For Stockton's intake.
From the Delta, Ms. Morris. That's what you mean? You're referring to that
Yes.
source?
Well, any worsening of water quality in the Delta compared to baseline or what Stockton has built this project to divert and treat for its customers, any worsening of that water quality will have a meaningful impact to its customers, either through degraded water quality. The word I'm trying to think of is a secondary standard, an aesthetic, criteria, or as a consequence of worsening water quality in Stockton having to enhance treatment through whatever means necessary to address whatever water quality is worsening would impact Stockton's customers financially.
But you would agree with me that the Delta Conveyance project is not going to do anything to decrease alternative water sources that the city of Stockton may rely on, correct?
No,
Like
it
WE contract or groundwater.
I think what you're saying is that it doesn't impact other sources. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, that's correct, but however, taking it in full context to what I presented earlier, is those other alternative water sources that Stockton may have to rely upon because of worsening Delta water quality could either, number one, not be present because of what I said about the Stockton East contract that expires in 2035 before the DCP is scheduled to be online, or the other alternative water source is groundwater. And from a water quality standpoint and from the protection of the groundwater basin, that's not a viable alternative for Stockton to rely on either. So yes, indirectly, worsening water quality from the Delta does impact other alternative water sources.
And
Maybe Stockton East, but definitely groundwater.
Mr. Granberg, do you recall in your previous testimony stating groundwater has and will continue to be an important water supply resource for the Stockton metropolitan area?
I don't specifically recall that from my testimony, but having run Stockton's water utility for nearly 10 years, I would say yes, because customers, they don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They just turn on their tap and expect water to come out. And if the water utility does not have access to certain sources like Stockton East or maybe Delta because of worsening water quality, they're going to meet that demand through the use of groundwater. So when the customer doesn't know one way or the other.
Well, so when you say there's no alternative water source available underlined here, you just stated that there is groundwater, right? You just said that, correct?
Yeah, if I might.
Okay.
No alternative water source that would improve or make the situation better than having to divert worsening water quality from the Delta. Because the other alternative water sources are maybe of worse quality, depending upon what constituent we're looking at. And that's not compensation for injury.
Okay, and I want to look at your testimony on page 3, on lines 17 through 22.
Okay.
And on line 21, you cite to table 1 of the December 2025 revised draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan, correct?
Correct.
And those are commonly referred to as D1641, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that the compliance locations identified in table 1 of the December 2025 revised draft Sacramento Delta updates include Contra Costa Canal at Pumping Plant 1 and the San Joaquin River at Antioch Water Works intake?
I don't have it in front of me, so we'd have to pull that up.
Well, Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up Stockton 39, and you cited to it, but you didn't provide a page number. Do you happen to know what page number table? Oh, Ms. Mullen, oh, there we are. It's right there. An excerpt, perfect.
I guess I highlighted it. I don't.
So would you agree that this table identifies those 2 locations?
Yes,
And in this table, Stockton's intake is not a designated compliance point in the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, correct?
that is correct, although it should be.
And if we could go back to Mr. Granberg's testimony on page 3, looking at paragraph 3 that's on lines 9 through 13. In regards to this statement, and I think we talked about this before, but I want to make sure last time you were here. Have you reviewed the water quality modeling that was produced by DWR?
I did not.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you haven't looked at any of the modeling results in regards to the impacts or the differences between baseline and the DCP, correct?
Objection. That's vague as to any of the modeling results. He's cited modeling results and referred to the exponent testimony that relies on modeling results.
I'm just responding to what you said, Mr. Granberg. If I'm incorrect, do you want to change your answer?
I did not do any modeling evaluation, or I rely on Exponent for that technical work.
Okay, so when you state that the city is concerned about degradation in this paragraph 3, there's no citation to any exponent report or any other citations at all. Did you have something in mind?
I don't have any, no. That's my opinion because of, as I said, operating the water system, being responsible for drinking water quality and customer service as a City of Stockton employee, and planning, water supply planning for the city for nearly 10 years.
You do, however, cite to 510, DWR 510 R2, if we can pull that up. And if you need me to point you to it, you cite to it on page 5 of your testimony on line 6. And if we could go to the beginning of this document. Does this refresh your recollection that you may have looked at some water quality, and this one specifically salinity results, modeling results?
I reviewed, this is Dr. Priest's work, or she, I'm not sure. I did review this document and I did reference it in my testimony, my rebuttal.
Okay. And if we could look at, let's go to figure CL7, which is on PDF page 43, I hope. This morning has not been the best with numbers. Yes. Okay. And if we could scroll down, the red bar was X'd out. So did you review this chart It shows the modeling results for San Joaquin River at Empire Tract by month.
I suppose I did by reviewing this document, so.
And based on this, looking at this table, I should say, would you agree that shows a small, if any, changes in chloride at Stockton's intake with the DCP relative to the baseline conditions?
It's easy to see there's increases, but again, this is diving into it further. These are long-term monthly average chloride concentrations. And we've been arguing that this is not adequate to recognize how the city of Stockton operates its water treatment plant in real time and is not afforded any kind of opportunity to store that water for any period of time.
And when you say real time, I know you and I have had a conversation about this. What time step would you describe as real time in terms of the intake operations, Mr. Granberg?
Minutes.
And so your testimony is that the intake is operated minute by minute, potentially based on water quality constituents such as salinity or chloride and bromide?
It's operated on a minute by minute basis to meet customer demand.
I didn't ask about customer demand. I asked about real time. You said minute by minute, and I'm asking, do you make minute by minute changes based on water quality at the intake location?
I would defer that question to Mr. Small as treatment plant operator.
Mr. Small,
operate the treatment plant.
Yeah, Mr. Small answered that question, so I'll move on. You had a different answer, so I wanted to clarify. If we could look at page 4, lines 10 to 2 of your testimony.
What line? 10?
Page 4, lines 2 to 10.
2 to 10. Okay.
I might have misstated. My apologies.
Okay.
Do you know the averaging period specified in the California Code of Regulations for compliance with the secondary drinking water maximum contaminant level for chloride?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Mr. Small, do you know?
Repeat the question.
Do you know the averaging period specified in the California Code of Regulations for compliance with the secondary drinking water maximum contaminant level for chloride?
I would have to review the regulation on that one.
Would you agree that if the monitoring is quarterly, determining compliance by a running annual average of 4 quarters of sampling would be the standard? Does that refresh your recollection? If you know.
I would have to look at that one.
Okay. But you did testify that you are responsible for all the permits and requirements for drinking.
For overseeing it. We also have a chief operator that is the operator in charge, and then I am in charge of the chief.
Okay, Mr. Granberg or Mr. Small, do you know the averaging period specified in the California Code of Regulations for compliance with the primary drinking water maximum contaminant level for bromate?
Yes, bromate. Yes, it's a 12-month running average, or it's a monthly sample taken and averaged out over 12 months.
Thank you.
So it's a running annual average based off 12 samples or 12 monthly samples.
And Mr. Granberg.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Granberg or Mr. Small, do you know the averaging period specified in the California Code of Regulations for compliance with drinking water maximum contaminant levels for total, and I'm going to say this wrong, I apologize. Total trihalmethanes and haloacetic acids, or HAA5. It's probably what I should have just said in the beginning.
So I'll just start with total trihalomethanes, TTH. We'll just call it TTHMs from here on out.
Thank you.
It's 80 parts per billion. It is averaged out over 4 quarters. There's also there's a second part to it that's what we call the OEL, which is the operating exceedance limit. And operating exceedance limit is also 80, but it takes the current sample, it doubles that result, and then that takes the 2 previous quarters. And if you're over 80, then you have to come up with an operations plan of how you will not violate the MCL on the next quarter's results.
Okay, so it's
HAA5s have or used to be HAA5, now it's just called HAAs. And that one right now, I think I gotta go back and look, but off the top of my head, I believe it's 60 parts per billion, but I have to go back and double check that one. But it also has a similar OEL, operational exceedance limit, where you take the current quarter's results, double it, and then take the previous 2 quarters to see if you're at threat of going over the MCL for the next quarter. So it's a way to prevent operations from going over the MCLs.
Okay, so to be clear, it's
But let me double check that one's 60. I believe it is off the top of my head.
I'm more concerned about the how it's calculated. So for all of those, is it a running annual?
It's a running annual average quarterly results.
Quarterly. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sampled quarterly.
And if we could, Mr. Granberg, back to you on page 4 of your testimony. Looking at lines 21 to 22. You talk about Contra Costa Water District, correct?
That's what I read, yes.
And going into page 5, you talk, looking at page 5, lines 3, if we could scroll down. You have if we keep going, a big blurb of testimony here that appears to be all related to Contra Costa Water District's comments on the water fix draft EIR, correct?
That's what it appears to say, yes.
And so the concerns you're citing here regarding long-term averaging and degradation of water quality, those were raised in the water fix draft EIR, which was a different project than the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
It's different, yes.
And do you understand that the water fix project was a larger capacity project than the Delta Conveyance project?
I should know, but I don't recall.
That's okay. Do you understand if there are different operating criteria between the water fix and the Delta Conveyance project?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you have any understanding about different design between the 2 projects?
No, not at my disposal right now.
So is it fair to say that you are not, that CCWD's methodology concerns regarding a different projects don't necessarily establish that DWR's modeling approach for the Delta Conveyance project is adequate, correct?
Objection. That's not his testimony.
Can you reframe that, please, Ms. Morris?
Would you agree that CCWD's methodology concerns about a different project don't necessarily apply to the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection. Again, the methodology is different. Using the EIR is not the same as the differences in the project that you were describing.
Is Ms. Tabor testifying now? Because I don't think that was an objection. And
No, well, I think it wasn't. It was an objection to the clarity of the question. Can you run the question by me again, Ms. Morris?
I think maybe we need to root ourselves in what he said. I was trying to be more efficient, but it's probably best for Mr. Granberg to read lines 3 through, if we could scroll down, through lines 13 of his testimony. Mr. Granberg, when you have that up, let me know.
Line 13, I see it.
So you're saying on line 19 through 20 that CCWD's concerns and DWR's responses to them, and that's in regards to the water fix project, substantiates Stockton's position regarding the potential for injury to its water supply from the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
That's what it says.
But you agree that the water fix is a different project than the Delta Conveyance project.
What is meant by this reference to CCWD has to do with water quality and long-term averaging that was done for water fix and for DCP. So the same approach that DWR took in water fix is taken again in DCP. And it's the same concern for water diverters and municipal water suppliers, that is an inappropriate way to quantify water quality that is being treated, that water is being treated for use by consumers. And online, you're trying to say that, well, water fix was different. Well, look at line 14. I say that, or I testify that DWR has again agreed to a settlement based on the same argument for the DCP that they did for water fix.
Were you privy to any settlement discussions between DWR and CCWD?
No, I was not.
Do you have any idea as you sit here today why DWR settled with CCWD?
Not specifically, but the fact that they did, it was based on water quality, is pretty telling.
But you're speculating, correct? Because you do not know all of the circumstances as to why DWR may or may not, or may have settled with CCWD, correct?
I do not know, but I do reference the settlement agreement.
And if we could go to your testimony on page 6, lines 6 through 8. Do you see, you're talking about TCOs, and you say the TCOs would be expected to be issued at times when the city's SEWD supply is at risk of curtailment. Do you see that?
I see that.
But earlier in your testimony, you say that the SEWD contract is going to end in 2035 prior to DCP's operation, correct?
Correct.
So did you add this language in here because is there some intention that the city would potentially be extending or looking for other surface water supplies to replace that?
Possibly.
Thank you. I do not have any further questions for any of the witnesses. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. And I apologize to Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia that I did not thank you yesterday, but thank you for answering my questions.
And thank you, Ms. Morris. Just to confirm, I'm looking to the room whether others, I may have some questions, but whether others have questions for this panel of witnesses. I'm trying to formulate this. Let's see. I have a specific question, I believe, for Dr. Garcia. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to Stockton 28, slide 9? And if we can just zoom in so I can actually read or make it a full screen, that would be super. It's not going to be a hard question, I promise. I was wondering, Dr. Garcia, if you can briefly describe for me how you calculated the vertical lines that you show on this graph, the 14.3% probability, or maybe you didn't calculate, I shouldn't presume that, but how you identified 14.3% and 15.6% with project. Where did those numbers come from?
Sure. So starting with the horizontal line, which is the sort of threshold value at 110, I would follow that line onto where it intersects the blue line and where it intersects the dashed gray line. And so this is sort of a visual interpretation of this graphic. And so taking, for example, where that horizontal line intersects with the blue line, I would then follow it straight down to the horizontal axis, which gives the probability of exceedance. From there, it was a sort of a semi-graphical interpretation because the numbers weren't provided in this, in this figure or in a tabulated format. So it was a comparison, if I know, for example, the distance between the 10 and the 20, I can, measure that distance and calculate what it would be from the 10 to where that vertical line intercepts, and thereby, determining, roughly 14% and 15.5% for the blue and the gray line, respectively. So it's a graphical interpretation of the figure.
And the graphical interpretation was down to the 10th of a percent. That was your estimate using you must have very good eyeballs. Is it generally that's right?
I mean, using like a measuring.
I mean, you can use a ruler, yes.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Essentially, digital ruler. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. That was very specific, but I wanted to clarify that. I think these other questions will be for Mr. Small and Mr. Granberg. I was wondering if you can just explain to me why, well, how do I ask this in a way that, based on your understanding and experience, are bromide concentration levels a particular issue for the city of Stockton because of the city's some unique situation about the city? Or is this an issue that, to your knowledge, might be shared by other diverters of water for drinking water purposes?
Yes, this would be a concern for anybody that treats surface water. So any bromide exists with anytime you add chlorine to it, it's going to form some form of brominated compound that's going to be in one of the species that is part of total trihalomethanes, and also the haloacetic acids. So any increase in it is going to increase the likelihood of increased numbers of TTHMs and HAAs. And then also if you use ozone, you get bromate. And there are water systems that have had hits with bromate that don't have ozone. And so, so it is a concern. And I have not seen a good study yet that says what a healthy threshold is for increased bromide. So any increase in bromide has the potential to put some of us over our MCLs with TTHMs or HAAs or bromate.
And I think I understand, but just to clarify, so there's not,
I haven't seen a good study yet that has a correlation that says if bromate goes up 2 micrograms per liter, what's the offset for your TTHMs? I haven't seen anything like that yet.
So in your experience, it's a little bit of, it's between the range, I think the range that was discussed in your testimony was, I'm trying to get the units, is it 100 micrograms per liter and then I think DWR's threshold that they looked at was 300 micrograms per liter. Somewhere above 100 micrograms per liter, that raises concerns for you as an operator?
Yeah, I have concerns. We've struggled with TTHMs, bromate, just how it is now. So any increase in it is concerning, but I haven't seen any study that correlates what the potential impact is on the increased TTHMs, HAAs, or bromate. You know, an increase of 8 micrograms per liter of bromide, and if you were to push that straight across to bromate through ozone, you know, if it was 100% efficient, then that would put you at 8 right there, plus whatever baseline you had. Now we're over the MCL. So MCL 10.
So bromate, well,
So bromide reacts
talked about
with
threshold.
ozone, becomes bromate.
Okay. And there is some amount of bromate that is.
You could have bromate could react with the air, or bromide could be in water and react with the air and form, if there's ozone, if we have like ozone pollution, like if you go down I-5 and you see all those little balls on the LA water reservoir that you see next to I-5, they had bromate in that reservoir, and they put all those balls in there to stop the interactions of air circulating with that water, because they were getting bromate hits. Since they were getting bromide out of the state water project or their exported water, then that's how they got the bromate. They had a big show on it on Discovery Channel.
Thank you. That's actually might be.
If you ever
Not
drive
for
down
purposes of this
I-5,
proceeding, but that sounds fascinating. I might have to watch
they
it.
got all these little balls out there in the reservoir, and everybody wonders what it's for. So then they had to show on Discovery Channel or Learning Channel or something that showed why, a documentary.
Thank you for that. And I think I'm referring to Mr. Granberg's testimony here, but I'm just looking, Mr. Granberg, at your reference on page 3 of your testimony, which is Stockton 30. You have a discussion here about the water quality objectives for municipal and industrial beneficial uses at the compliance locations at Contra Costa Canal and San Joaquin River at Antioch. And here you state that the maximum chloride mean daily 150 milligrams per liter limit applies based on a number of days per year and the water year type. For my clarity, it's your position that Stockton would be injured by any exceedance above 110 milligrams per liter, correct? Not 150?
110, correct.
And why should the standard be just, I know it's throughout your testimony, but can you summarize for me briefly why the standard should be different for Stockton than it is at the intakes for Contra Costa?
There's a couple of reasons. Number one is that the water is diverted directly from the delta. It doesn't go to a reservoir similar to CCWD as Los Vaqueros, where they deposit their diversions. And that water commingles with, you know, whatever water is in there from other sources before it goes to a treatment plant. So it has the opportunity to attenuate that concentration. But Stockton is treating that water, as I stated, on a nearly minute-by-minute basis directly from the delta. So that's why it's a lower. That's one reason why it's Stockton is a lower threshold. Number two is that because that salinity is not removed in the treatment process, it goes through the distribution system. It is used by customers that then waste that water into the sewer system that ends up at the City of Stockton wastewater treatment plant, which is also regulated on its salinity discharge to the San Joaquin River. So on a mass balance calculation, it was determined back years ago that based on a certain amount of delta water being used by the City of Stockton to meet demand, that 110 milligrams per liter would convert on a mass balance calculation to the threshold limit of discharge to the San Joaquin River from the wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I think those are my questions. Ms. Morris, given that I asked some, there were a little bit broader questions. Do you have any follow-up or Ms. Minton, any follow-up that you'd like to do now? And then we'll go before we go to redirect.
Yes, I do. Mr. Granberg, you just referenced in response to the AHO and the 110 a mass balance study. Did you provide, or did anyone from City of Stockton provide that mass balance study in this proceeding?
I don't recall if it was part of the case in chief or not. I don't recall.
I've never seen it, and I think we've asked for it. So is that something, Ms. Tabor, that the city would provide? Is this mass balance study that appears to be evidence of the rationale for the 110 in response to the AHO's question?
Yeah, we can certainly look for it. I will say you've never asked for a mass balance study, but I recognize that we've discussed it for the first time today, and we'll certainly look and see what the city can provide.
And you aren't privy to all discussions that DWR has, so not in this proceeding. It's the first time it was raised in this proceeding, to be clear. Okay, I have no further questions based on the AHO's question.
Thank you. Then with that, Ms. Tabor, we can either do redirect now or we can take a lunch break. It's up to you how you would like to, if you have redirect.
I have one question, so I think we could just do it very quickly.
Great.
And this would be for Mr. Small, and I would ask if Mr. Granberg has any additional comments in response to my question. He should feel free to weigh in. If we could please bring up one of the exhibits that Ms. Minton referenced, DWR 513R, and go to page PDF 41, please. And I hope I took the right notes and have the right reference. Okay, yes, I did. I remember correctly. Mr. Small, Ms. Minton referred you to the second full paragraph. And if you could direct your attention to the second full sentence in that second full paragraph that begins the panel's findings for this scenario. And read it to refresh your memory. Okay.
The panel's findings for this scenario is total organic carbon concentrations ranging from 4 milligrams per liter to 7 milligrams a liter, and bromide concentrations ranging from 100 micrograms per liter to 300 micrograms per liter give users flexibility in their choice of treatment method: enhanced coagulation or ozone disinfection. California Urban Water Agency's 1998 ES2 DWR 0520.
Thank you. So that's, as you read it, that sentence references giving you a range to allow flexibility in a choice of treatment method, and cites 2 treatment methods. The city's treatment method is ozone disinfection, correct?
That is correct.
So any change and your testimony has been that ozone disinfection would not be sufficient to address effects of bromide concentrations at 300 micrograms per liter, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, rephrase that one again, or re-say that one again.
Just confirming that your testimony has been that the city's treatment method is ozone disinfection, and that with ozone disinfection, your 300 micrograms per liter poses a problem for the city in terms of compliance.
That is correct.
Okay, and the city does not have enhanced coagulation?
We do not do enhanced coagulation.
Okay.
The other thing too is that I'd like to reference the date of the California Urban Water Agencies. It says 1998 right here, and regulations have changed since then.
Okay.
Or regulations will change.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have any other questions. that completes my redirect.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Morris or Ms. Minton, do you have any follow-up questions based on that limited redirect? You are on mute. It's like.
I don't think we have any further questions at this point.
Thank you.
Ms. Tabor, could I refresh my statement at the end there? Because bromate regulation didn't show up until January 1st, 2004.
Okay, now I'd like to have until
Okay, that's fair enough.
back for other questions. Thank you. Is it
Did you ask for time? Sorry, Ms. Morris, you cut out a little bit, so I'm not sure what you said. Did you ask for time to think about additional questions?
Yes, I'd like to have the lunch break to ensure.
Okay.
It would only be for Mr. Small. And if obviously Miss Tabor can decide if she wants to have everyone come back, but my questions would be limited to Mr. Small. If
All
any.
right. Okay. We can go ahead and do that. I think, well, let me go ahead and thank Mr. Granberg. It sounds like Mr. Small, we may see you again, but I will thank you in advance. And then once again to Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia, thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony today and answering all of these questions for purposes of this proceeding. I very much appreciate your time. I did want to mention before we break for lunch, and it sounds like we do possibly need Mr. Small back, and then we'll be moving to Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia, I believe, for the rest of our day, on behalf of two other parties to this proceeding. In terms of dates for an additional hearing day that we can slot in if needed for hearing from some of these, I don't know, we call them spillover witnesses if we have them. I looked back at the calendar during our break this morning, and I have some mornings to identify. I think I previously identified June 25th as a possibility. Other possibilities include the morning, and by morning I mean 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. on June 16th, June 17th, or June 22nd. So those are four possibilities. I think, as I understand it, this time we're looking to relocate, if you will, witnesses related to Ms. Tabor's clients. But I realize there may be some reshuffling. So I will look if we can get confirmation from DWR about availability after the lunch break, if that's at all possible. And then I know Ms. Tabor, you may and your team may need to talk to witnesses and those types of things as well. But we can hopefully revisit by the end of the day and come to some conclusion about an additional day so that we can get that noticed and everyone is aware. Ms. Tabor, did you want to jump in?
No, we will check. Except say we will check with them, and there may be a few additional moving parts other than just our firm's clients, given the outstanding motion to quash.
Which should the ruling, I believe, has gone out. So you'll have
Oh,
that.
great. Okay, well then.
Ms. Carroll, do you have a comment here or you're just ready to answer questions?
No, we'll get back to you after lunch and we'll confirm our availability. Thank you very much for looking.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and we'll take a lunch break until 1 p.m. I will see you at 1. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. And I understand from emails over the lunch break that we do not have any additional questions for Mr. Small. So I believe we are headed to our next panel, for which I will turn to Ms. Tabor.
Yes, thank you.
It's not your fault, but that's why I'm disoriented. There you are.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Before we begin with Byron Bethany Irrigation District, Dr. Garcia does have a response for DWR on the DSM-2 model node, and I'll turn it over to him to provide that information.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to refresh, I believe the question was about which DSM-2 model node was evaluated for the Action 5 model scenarios, and it is essentially the same model node as was evaluated for the DCP scenarios. It's called stock underscore intake. So STOCK underscore INTAKE.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then with that, back to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Kelly Tabor on behalf of Byron Bethany Irrigation District. You'll be hearing from Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia. Dr. Garcia, can you please state your name for the record?
Adrian Garcia.
Yes, and is Exhibit BBID 17 a true and correct statement of your written testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit DPWA 58 a true and correct statement of your qualifications with the additional information you've provided earlier today in Stockton's testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Paulson, can you please state your name for the record?
Susan Paulson.
Thank you. Is BBID 13 a true and correct statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is DPWA 3 a true and correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes.
Is Exhibit BBID 14 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal expert report?
Yes.
Is Exhibit BBID 16 a true and correct copy of the exhibit cited in your written testimony and expert report?
Yes.
Is Exhibit BBID 15 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if you could please bring up Exhibit BBID 15. And Dr. Paulson, when that's ready, please summarize your written testimony.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If we could, we can skip the outline and divide our slide 4, please. There we go. Thank you very much. This map is included in the rebuttal report, and it shows an overhead aerial photo of the South Delta. Obviously, Clifton Court Forebay is labeled, and it also shows the location of BBID's primary intake and then the secondary intake that's located on Wickland Cut. So BBID's primary intake is located on what's called the intake channel behind Clifton Court Forebay. So the way water flows in this part, well, through Clifton Court Forebay, is that there are radial gates that are located on the southeast end of Clifton Court Forebay, and they allow one-way flow. They allow flow from the delta channels into the Forebay. So they are timed, the gates are timed with the tides, and the gates open when the water level in the delta channels is higher than it is inside Clifton Court Forebay, and then close when that's no longer true to prevent the outflow of water. So again, water flows one way from the delta channel into Clifton Court Forebay. Excuse me. Water then leaves Clifton Court Forebay through two primary pathways. One is the State Water Project exports, and then the second is BBID's diversions at its intake location. So BBID's secondary intake is located at Wickland Cut, which is an irrigation inlet where water is diverted from Old River. So those two intakes are separate, and they serve two different service areas within BBID's boundaries and during different seasons, and they can't be operated as alternatives to each other. Next slide, please. In my case in chief testimony, which was BBID 11, I noted that DWR had not presented an analysis of the impacts of the DCP on water quality within Clifton Court Forebay or at Wickland Cut, either within the FEIR or within the updated baseline and ITP scenarios that it presented as part of its testimony in this matter. And at that time, DWR's modeling files included output for Clifton Court Forebay, but not for Wickland Cut. So what we did was to evaluate the potential that the DCP would impact water quality in Clifton Court Forebay. We used DWR's DSM-2 results to evaluate EC, electrical conductivity, for the FEIR 2020 and 2040 conditions and for the updated baseline and ITP conditions. And our analysis showed that the long-term average median monthly salinity when computed for the entire simulation period would be increased by the DCP in all the scenarios that we looked at. And those increases varied by month and were greatest for the NDD priority scenario, which was only evaluated for FEIR 2020 conditions with the before the non-stationary climate adjustments had been made. So in summary, these results showed that salinity inside Clifton Court Forebay will increase as a result of climate change and then would be increased further as a result of implementation and operation of the DCP, particularly in certain months. So for this testimony, for the rebuttal testimony, we repeated our analysis of the water quality impacts in Clifton Court Forebay for DWR's new model scenarios and essentially repeat the opinions from the case in chief testimony that DWR's modeling continues to show that the DCP operations would increase salinity inside Clifton Court Forebay. Next slide, please. So this figure summarizes DWR's DSM-2 model results for EC inside Clifton Court Forebay. And these results are presented for the overlapping time period of 1923 to 2015. So that period was, all those years were simulated in both the FEIR and then in the newer model runs. So what you see on the top are the first two rows or bars are the FEIR 2020 existing condition and alternative 5, so the FEIR proposed project. The pink bar below that is the NDD priority run. Then below that, we have the future condition 2040 baseline and future condition DCP 2040, again for the FEIR. And then below that, we have the updated baseline and ITP 2020 operations. So those are 2020 climate conditions as well, but those were updated for non-stationarity, and the DCP operations were updated to be consistent with the ITP. And then the bottom 4 rows are the 2 different sets of 2043 model scenarios. So it's the CC50 baseline and ITP with 1/2 foot of sea level rise, and then the CC95 baseline and ITP with 1 foot of sea level rise. So what we see from these results is that the FEIR 2020 baseline median and with project EC would be 410 and 415 micromos respectively. So that's about a 1% increase. And then 441 micromos per centimeter for the NDD priority scenario, which is about a 7.5% increase relative to the corresponding no project condition. For the updated baseline and ITP runs, the baseline median and the with project median EC would be 409 and 413 micromos per centimeter respectively, again, about a 1% increase. For the 2043 CC50 scenarios, the baseline median and then with project median EC would be 406 and 408 micromos per centimeter respectively. And then lastly, for the 2043 CC95, baseline EC would be 416 and ITP operations EC would be 420 respectively. So again, these model runs showing that the DCP would increase the long-term average full simulation period salinity in Clifton Court Forebay. And then the next slide, please. So in DWR 501, or excuse me, 510R, DWR presented the long-term average monthly salinity at Clifton Court Forebay for the 2043 scenarios, but they didn't present the updated baseline and ITP scenarios together. So we've done that here. So here, the purple and the gray lines are the updated baseline and ITP scenarios for 2020 climate conditions. The red and the blue lines are the baseline and DCP scenarios for the 2043 CC50 scenario with 1/2 foot of sea level rise. And then the yellow and green bars on the right of each set of bars are the baseline and ITP operation scenarios for the 2043 CC95 scenario with 1 foot of sea level rise. So what we see, if we look just at the climate change impact, so look, comparing the baseline scenarios, with 1/2 foot of sea level rise, the long-term average monthly salinity will increase in October, January, February, June, and July inside Clifton Court Forebay. And with 1 foot of sea level rise, the long-term average monthly salinity will increase in all months, 9 months, excluding April, May, and September. So these results also show that the DCP would increase that long-term average monthly salinity relative to the applicable baseline scenario in all months except April, May, June, and September. So again, climate change will increase salinity inside Clifton Court Forebay in certain months, and the DCP would increase it further in some months. And then the next slide shows the tabulated results. So these results correspond to the prior slide. And again, with 1/2 foot of sea level rise, the long-term average monthly salinity will increase in October, January, February, June, and July. With 1 foot of sea level rise, the long-term average monthly salinity will increase in all months except April, May, and September. And then these results also confirm that the DCP would increase salinity relative, well, first of all, for the entire simulation period averaged, and then relative to the applicable baseline in all months except April, May, June, and September. Excuse me, next slide, please. This slide shows the results for the 2043 CC50 baseline scenario at the very top and the 2043 CC50 ITP scenario at the very bottom, and then the unimpaired flow scenarios in between. And again, the baseline no project salinity has a long-term average median salinity of 406 micromoles per centimeter. The DCP has a long-term average median salinity of 408 micromoles per centimeter. And then the UIF scenarios fall in between those two bookends. So the increase is greatest for the DCP without UIF requirements. And then the next slide, please. So as I described in the DPWA rebuttal testimony, we also obtained and used Reclamation's model runs for their no action alternative and action 5 scenarios. That's the Fall X2 removal scenario. And we compared those model results to DWR's model results for the same amount of sea level rise. So again, action 5 is the Fall X2 removal scenario. And here the 2043 scenarios, baseline and ITP are red and blue. And then Reclamation's no action and Fall X2 removal scenarios are yellow and green. So Reclamation's DSM-2 modeling shows that there's a significant increase in the long-term average monthly salinity inside Clifton Court Forebay for the months of August through November. And DWR's DSM-2 modeling results show that the DCP would increase the salinity inside Clifton Court Forebay in these months too. So again, Reclamation modeled the Fall X2 removal action, but not DCP operations, and DWR modeled DCP operations, but not the Fall X2 removal action. So we would expect salinity impacts for the two things operating together or happening together to be greater than for either one alone, but we don't have modeling where we can verify or quantify that expectation. And the next slide, please. So we also tabulated the results that are shown on the prior slide. So this is the average monthly salinity at Clifton Court Forebay over the 100-year model period. Some of the notable results, I think, are in October. If you just focus on the first line, the first month in the water year, reclamations, NAA, and Action 5 scenarios have long-term average monthly salinity values of 432 micromoles per centimeter and 537 micromoles per centimeter. That's an increase of 24% in EC as a result of the Fall X2 removal action. And then in that same month, the DCP would increase the long-term average monthly salinity from 434 to 437 micromoles per centimeter. So, and you can see sort of similar observations for some of the other months as well. Again, without modeling those two actions taken together, we can't quantify the impacts, but we would expect them to be additive to some degree. The next slide, thank you, shows results in a format that we've displayed previously. So in our DPWA testimony, we noted that the way the DSM-2 model results were presented as long-term averages and statistical summaries makes it difficult to understand the impacts of the DCP. So similar to what we presented in the DPWA testimony, we plotted the model results over the last 5 water years in the simulation period to evaluate the changes that are simulated to occur in DWR's modeling runs as a result of DCP implementation. So in the top panel, the baseline 2043 CC50 scenario is shown in red, simulated EC. And for DCP ITP operations, the simulated EC is shown as the blue line. The water year types are wet, below normal, wet, dry, and critical. And then the bottom panel shows the difference on a point-in-time comparison basis between those two scenarios. So this figure again shows that over most of the simulation period, the differences between those two simulation scenarios are relatively small. They hover right around the 0 line. But the DCP would cause a substantial increase in salinity over some extended periods. So, for example, during water year 2018, which is the below normal year that's shown on this plot, the increase in salinity occurs over about a 4-month period from about November 2017 through about March 2018. And the DCP operations would increase the peak salinity inside Clifton Court Forebay. That peak occurs in January 2018, and it would increase from about 700 to about 900 micromoles, which is an increase of about 200 micromoles per centimeter, about 29%. Next slide, please. So we also did a similar exercise to evaluate salinity inside Clifton Court Forebay as a result of the implementation of the Fall X2 removal action. These are the same water years shown, and the methods are the same. So in the top panel, the no action alternative is yellow, and the Fall X2 removal action is green, and the bottom panel is the difference. So we see, I think, longer term and more significant changes between these two simulation results. And we see significant increases in salinity throughout much of this 5-year period. So for example, in December 2019, which is within a dry year, the peak salinity we increase from about 600 to about 800 micromoles per centimeter. That's about 33%. And we see increases of similar magnitude in early water year 2017, which is a below normal year. And then also increases of 100 micromoles or so throughout other periods as well. So in the last slide, I showed DWR's model results that show that the DCP would increase peak salinity around January 2018 by about 200 micromoles per centimeter, about 29%. And then here we see that for the same month, Action 5 would increase EC in Clifton Court Forebay from about 700 to about 800 micromoles per centimeter, so about 14%. So in summary, there's a significant increase in salinity that's predicted by these two different sets of model results at the same time period in about January 2018. So each individual action, again, has the potential to cause significant increases in salinity inside Clifton Court forebay when taken alone. And again, we would expect that if these two actions were implemented together, the results would be additive to some extent. Because both DWR and Reclamation elected to present the model results as long-term averages, this kind of information is not available to water users. So that's why we've provided it. And it's our testimony that impacts such as these have the potential to significantly affect BBID's operations and the quality of water that it would be able to deliver to its customers. Next slide, please. So in BBID 11, I noted that DWR did not evaluate residence times or the potential for HABs impacts inside Clifton Court forebay. And I computed in my case in chief testimony the residence times in Clifton Court forebay by dividing the volume of water in the forebay by the flow rates or the inflows to the forebay. And I also noted that when flows into or out of the forebay are reduced, the residence time increases. So in response to my analysis, Dr. Priest stated in her rebuttal testimony, and I'm going to read a quote. She said, "Dr. Paulson's assertion that DCP operations would increase residence time within Clifton Court forebay and thereby elevate CHAB risk is not supported by the available evidence." And that's from DWR 508R. Later in that document, she also said, "Dr. Paulson's assertion that DWR implied CHABs are not a concern in Clifton Court forebay is incorrect and does not demonstrate a project-related impact." In DWR 514R, Dr. Priest did correctly acknowledge that residence times in Clifton Court forebay depend on the amount of water exported from the South Delta and the State Water Project. And she said, quote, "In particular, the dominant factor regulating residence time is the State Water Project export pumping rate at Banks Pumping Plant, which determines how quickly water is withdrawn from the forebay," end quote. And then later in that same document, she appeared to downplay the fact that with the DCP, less water would be exported from Clifton Court forebay, and that she said, "The DCP does not create a mechanism to increase residence time beyond existing forebay operational controls." So despite those statements, neither Dr. Priest nor DWR evaluated residence times inside Clifton Court forebay. And so we use DWR's DSM-2 model results to do that. So the next slide summarizes our analysis. Again, this is the bar chart format here. We're looking at our computations from DWR's model results of the monthly residence times and the statistics calculated from those for the period of 1923 to 2015. And we have the FEIR scenarios both for 2020 and 2040 at the top, followed by the updated baseline and ITP scenarios, and then the 2043 newer scenarios at the bottom. Excuse me. So DWR's model results, as shown here, show that climate change by itself will increase the residence time of water inside Clifton Court forebay. So the FEIR shows that the 2020 median residence time in the baseline condition, no project, would be 4.5 days. For the FEIR 2040 scenarios, it would be 5.6 days. For the updated baseline scenario at a 2020 climate condition, it would be 4.6 days. For the 2043 CC50 with 0.5 foot of sea level rise, it would be 5.3 days. And then for the 2043 CC95 scenario with 1 foot of sea level rise, it would be 6.3 days. So the baseline increase, if we look at just the more recent or the non-stationarity scenarios, that would be to compare the updated baseline to the 2043 CC95, for example. The increase would be from 4.6 days with the updated baseline to 6.3 days with the CC 95 2043 scenario, and that's an increase of about 37%. With the DCPs, the residence times inside the forebay would increase even more. So the greatest increase that we see is the pink bar, which extends the farthest to the right. And that's the FEIR NDD priority scenario. So relative to its baseline, median residence time of 4.5 to 4.5 days, the NDD priority scenario would have a median residence time of 6.3 days. But the fact that the bar extends much farther to the right indicates that residence times in the upper half of that distribution would increase by more than for any of the other scenarios that are shown here. So again, the DCP would increase the residence times in all of the modeled scenarios compared to their corresponding baseline. So again, climate change by itself will increase residence times inside Clifton Court Forebay, and the DCP would increase the residence times more on top of the climate change impacts. So the next slide shows these results tabulated by month. So there are two tables I'm going to look at here. This first one shows all of the 2020 scenarios that we have. So it's the FEIR 2020 scenarios on the left, then the NDD priority scenario also from the FEIR in the middle, and then the updated baseline and the ITP scenarios on the right. So what we see is that the long-term average monthly residence time increases by between, oops, am I looking at the right one? By between 4.3%, I believe, in the updated baseline and ITP scenarios. Actually, am I looking at the right one? And I don't think I'm looking at the right slide. I think my notes are mixed up. But for the 2020 conditions, apologies. So the long-term average monthly residence time is shown for these scenarios at the bottom of the graphic. There's a discrepancy in my slide and what's shown here. I have to confess I'm confused by this table. Maybe this is something that we can sort out and come back to, because this table does not match the table that I have in my notes. Let me look back at the report quickly. And Dr. Garcia, I will invite you if you have.
Yeah, I think it's I think this figure in the slides needs to be updated. The figure in the table in the report in BBID 014 is correct.
So maybe if
Should
it
we
would
go
be,
to that?
that's what I was just going to suggest.
Yes, I'll put a note here and we can update this slide and possibly the next slide.
Yeah, in BBID 11, it's that the table, the correct table, is at page 10 in the report. I don't
So
know the
let's go
PDF
ahead
page
and
number.
go to BBID 11. Is that would that be the best?
Yes, please. And I apologize.
But I think it's BBID 14 for the rebuttal report.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And I think it's on report page 16, but I cannot tell you the PDF page.
But we need BBID well, we're there. Ms. Mullen is ahead of me.
PDF page 27, please.
Page 6, printed page 16 of the report.
Yeah.
Okay. So what this table shows is the DSM-2 model results for 2020 conditions. Again, FEIR 2020 scenarios on the left, the NDD priority scenarios in the middle columns, and then the updated baseline and ITP scenarios in the right-hand columns. And what we see is that the long-term average monthly residence time increases by between about 4.3%, which is for the updated baseline and ITP scenarios, and about 40% for the FEIR versus the NDD priority scenarios. And we see that some months would have a more significant increase as a result of the DCP. So just looking, for example, at July, the increase in residence time that would be caused by the DCP ranges from 20% in the ITP scenarios to 33.3% in the FEIR scenarios. And then in September, which is a warm month, the increase ranges from 24.2% for the FEIR 2020 scenarios up to 36.4%, which is for the ITP 2020 climate condition scenarios. If you scroll down the middle columns, you can also see that the impacts of the North Delta diversion priority scenario, which was evaluated in the FEIR, are particularly large. And that scenario shows as much as about a 250% increase in residence time, median residence time in the month of June. And then, well, maybe we should stick to this page. I haven't checked against the scenario, but if we could just scroll down to table 4. I think this corresponds or is intended to correspond to slide 17 of the presentation. So this table shows the results for the future sea level rise scenarios. So if we focus on the middle sets of columns, the 2043 CC50 scenarios, the maximum increase in the monthly median residence time is 47.1% in the month of July. For the 2043 CC95 scenarios, the maximum increase in the monthly median residence time occurs in August and is 40.6%. So the greatest increases in residence time that are predicted here by the modeling tend to occur in the warmer months. And then I'm going to suggest that we move back to the PowerPoint, which I think is BBID 15. And we would be on slide 18, and hopefully this appears to match what I have. So hopefully this works. So this figure plots the summary of the residence times that are computing using DWR's model results for the warmer 8 months of the year. And it provides sort of a visual indication of when the greatest increases in residence time would happen and for which scenarios. So again, the greatest increases in monthly median residence time, or the whole distribution actually, would occur for the NDD priority scenario. So the pink bars, especially in April, May, and June, are larger than all of the other bars. And then for the 2043 CC95 scenarios, the increases in residence time as a result of the DCP would be highest in June, July, and August. So the increases in residence time that correspond with the warm water months are expected to increase the likelihood of HABs. And so we conclude both that climate change by itself, by increasing the residence time and by increasing water temperatures and lengthening the growing season, would increase the likelihood of HABs. And then that secondarily, the increases in residence time that the DCP would cause on top of those climate change increases would make HABs inside Clifton Court Bay even likelier still to occur. And then the next slide shows the residence time results for the UIF scenarios, just to be thorough. And in the baseline CC50 2043 scenario, the median residence time is 5.3. For the ITP scenario, it increases to 5.5 days. And then you can see that the UIF scenarios not just generally, they fall between those two bookends. Next slide, please. And then finally, we've plotted the results by year type. These are the UIF scenarios, and they show that residence times are significantly longer. Residence times inside Clifton Court Bay are significantly longer in critical and dry years than in other year types. And that's expected because conditions are dry, there's less inflow, there is less exports from the Delta. Recall that water flows only one way through Clifton Court Bay. So there's no sloshing between Clifton Court Bay and the Delta channels. So there's a direct relationship between the residence time in Clifton Court Bay and the State Water Project exports. So when the exports decline, as for example, as they would as a result of, in some months as a result of the implementation of the DCP, the residence times inside Clifton Court Bay go up. And again, this is on top of the longer residence times in the Delta. So when we looked at the whole Delta residence times, we saw that they would be higher as a result of climate change, and then higher again as a result of DCP implementation. So with the DCP, the water inside the Delta would be older to begin with. So it's older, has longer residence time outside of Clifton Court Forebay, and then you'd add the residence time inside Clifton Court Forebay on top of that. So as a result of this, again, this increase in residence times and the climate change induced warmer temperatures, we conclude that HABs would be more likely inside Clifton Court Forebay as a result of both climate change and DCP implementation. The next slide, please. So in this opinion, we note that the NDD priority scenario has particularly significant impacts on residence times and water quality inside Clifton Court Forebay. The FEIR described the North Delta diversion priority scenario as follows. They said, quote, the sensitivity analysis compares the existing conditions 2020 and alternative 5 2020 to a version of alternative 5 2020 climate conditions that assumes theoretical shifting from the existing South Delta diversion to the proposed North Delta diversion from December through June. And that quote is out of AHO 1025. In her rebuttal testimony, Dr. Priest claimed that the North Delta diversion priority scenario does not reflect planned DCP operations. She said, Dr. Paulson's reliance on the non-project North Delta diversion priority scenario further misrepresents project effects, as that scenario does not reflect how the DCP would be operated. When evaluated under the correct operational framework, the DCP results in only small or negligible changes in residence time and does not increase CHAB risk in Clifton Court Forebay. Next slide, please. In its January DCP operations fact sheet, DWR stated, and I'm going to quote again, in the late spring, summer, and fall, DWR may shift a portion of SWP diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta if it improves water quality management. Once the DCP is operational, DWR will coordinate operations with appropriate local agencies and provide projections of tidal reverse flows and anticipated diversions from the North Delta intakes. And that's we provided that exhibit as DPWA 41. At the Delta Stewardship Council meeting on February 26, 2026, Carrie Buckman stated here, it's shown in the slide, but the DCP would be part of a dual conveyance system where the new North Delta facilities are operated jointly with the existing State Water Project facilities in the South Delta. In the summer and fall, DWR may shift diversions from the south to the north to better manage water quality. And she also said, also seismic events could cause concerns. Multiple levee failures would cause salinity intrusion, and some of our modeling shows that we could be months or years without being able to divert in the South Delta at all. So DWR has repeatedly indicated that it could shift DCP exports from the south to the north to manage water quality or in response to catastrophic failures in the Delta. But it appears that DWR evaluated this shift for only the North Delta diversion priority scenario of the FEIR under the 2020 climate conditions that were not adjusted for non-stationary climate. And, recall that the median residence time inside Clifton Court Forebay increased by just over 250% in the month of June for the NDD priority scenario. So to our knowledge, DWR has not performed sensitivity analyses to evaluate the impacts of a hypothetical shift in diversions from the south to the north for other climate or sea level rise scenarios, or for catastrophic failures with the DCP operational. So if such a shift could occur, I think the information that is in the record indicates that it could have very significant impacts to residence times and water quality inside Clifton Court Forebay. But DWR hasn't disclosed those impacts in these proceedings. And as I stated earlier, to our knowledge, DWR has not presented its own calculations of residence time inside Clifton Court Forebay for any scenario. Next slide, please. So as I described in BBID 11, I'm going to quote, DWR did not evaluate the impacts to BBID's water quality and operations of exporting water from the NDD intakes following catastrophic failure of delta levees. Exporting water from the NDD intakes would reduce freshwater flows into the estuary and extend the time frame for recovery of in-delta water quality. I read you on the prior slide the quote from Carrie Buckman, where she noted that multiple levee failures would cause salinity intrusion and that some of DWR's modeling showed that there could be months or years where they couldn't divert from the South Delta at all. So again, as I said in the DPWA testimony, it appears that DWR has conducted some modeling of catastrophic failure scenarios and what recovery from those scenarios would look like, but to our knowledge has not done so or has not provided to the public that information showing how the DCP would be operated in those conditions or how its operations would affect delta recovery. Obviously, an inability to divert water from the South Delta for months or years would have significant impacts to water quality and residence times inside Clifton Court Forebay, and therefore to BBID's water quality and operations. Next slide, please. I think this is the last opinion, has to do with HABs inside Clifton Court Forebay. So this opinion is that because DCP operations would increase residence times within Clifton Court Forebay, that would increase the likelihood of HABs, and that in turn would, the DCP would be likely to cause impacts that include outages at BBID's primary diversion location on the intake channel behind Clifton Court Forebay. Next slide, please. So here, in her rebuttal testimony, Dr. Priest stated, quote, as documented in BBID 4, the overwhelming majority of herbicide treatments conducted since 2015 were for submerged aquatic vegetation, SAV, control, not CHAP management. And that's a quote from DWR 508R. Dr. Priest's statement was based on the target species that were listed for the treatments that were reported in BBID 4. However, DWR's Clifton Court Forebay aquatic weed management standard operating procedures describes the use of copper-based treatments for both aquatic weeds and algal blooms. And it says, and I'm going to quote, copper-based herbicides and algicides include chelated copper products and copper sulfate pentahydrate crystals. Copper-based compounds are selected to control E. densa and algal blooms, cyanobacteria, that produce cyanotoxins or taste and odor compounds. Applications of copper herbicides for aquatic weed control will be applied at a concentration of 1 ppm with an expected dilution of 0.75 ppm or 2.75 ppm upon dispersal in the water column. Applications for algal control will be applied at a concentration of 0.2 to 1 ppm with expected dilution within the water column. And we provided that exhibit as BBID 16. So DWR's standard operating procedures indicate similar concentrations and applications for both SAV and algal blooms, including cyanobacteria. And as I described and noted in BBID 11, BBID is unable to divert water for up to 1 week during copper herbicide treatments. And that poses a serious challenge to its ability to provide water to its customers, those who receive water from its primary intake location. So increases in the severity or frequency of either HABs or SAV that would necessitate additional treatment would affect BBID's ability to use water at its primary intake location and could necessitate additional capital and O&M costs. So as I described earlier, operation of the DCP, either as planned in the ITP operations or in NDD priority mode, would increase residence times inside Clifton Court 4 Bay. And then climate change will cause higher water temperatures and longer hab growing seasons. So those two things taken together mean that the DCP would increase the likelihood of habs in Clifton Court 4 Bay on top of the increased likelihood that would be caused by climate change. So I continue to assert that the DCP would likely cause additional operational impacts to BBID at its primary intake location as a result of an increased likelihood of HABs. And then if we could please advance through the next slide to the last slide. So in summary, DWR hasn't provided information that would be necessary to demonstrate that the DCP would not have unreasonable impacts on water quality, including both salinity and HABs at BBID's primary intake. Our analysis of reclamation's model results show that the removal of Fall X2 requirements will also impact water quality and residence time inside Clifton Court 4 Bay. And we note that DWR has not evaluated the proposed operations of the DCP during the planned operational period. Again, it would begin operation in roughly, that should say 2045, and extend through roughly end of century. They haven't evaluated the proposed operations or impacts for periods when TUCPs would be required or for catastrophic failure scenarios to describe how the DCP would operate under those circumstances. Their submissions and their testimony indicate that they believe that the DCP is necessary because some of these conditions I've just described are likely to occur in the future. But again, these impacts have not been simulated in the Delta using DSM-2. And as we've shown, DWR's DSM-2 model results indicate that the DCP would increase salinity, would increase residence time, would increase the likelihood of HABs, and therefore would increase the likelihood of outages at BBID's primary intake. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson. Excuse me while I change my view here. Okay. It looks like we are looking to Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Dr. Paulson?
And Dr. Garcia, thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to look at BBID 15. Oh, sorry, yeah, 15, page 6, Ms. Nolan, please. Okay. Dr. Garcia, did you prepare this table or extract it from DWR's modeling?
I believe this is a figure, and yes, I did prepare it.
Okay. In this figure, you're showing box plot summaries showing some statistical information about how salinity varies in Clifton Court Bay for 5 sets of model runs, correct?
So did you say 5 sets?
Yes. Should I say 4 sets? It looks like
I would say that each individual scenario is a set of model runs.
I'm comparing, if we are comparing, let's just be clear. DCP, let's look at the bottom, CCP, 95 DCP, ITP, and then we're looking at the baseline. You want to call those each individual? I would say that you're comparing the baseline to the ITP, and I would call that a set. Would you disagree with that characterization?
I think that's okay, but just to be clear, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 model runs here. And out of those, there are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the DCP.
Okay, so you're comparing 6 variations of model runs with the DCP.
Correct.
And the numbers shown in the middle of the box plots represent the median values for each of the scenarios. Is that correct?
Yes, those are the median values for long-term values for the period indicated, the water years 1923 to 2015.
And is it correct that the changes in the median salinity under the updated baseline, the 2020, the CC 50, 2053, and CC 95, 2043, caused by DCP is less than 1%?
Again, I won't calculate the percentage here, but the differences are for the updated baseline and DCP ITP about 4, and then for the CC 50 baseline DCP ITP 2043 simulations, the difference is about 2, and for the CC 95, the difference is about 4.
Okay, so if I wanted to calculate the percentages, I would take 4 for the updated baseline, 4 divided by 409.
To calculate the percentage, yes.
And similarly for CC 50, I would take 2 divided by 406.
That's correct.
And finally, for CC 95, 2043, I would take 4 and divide it by 416.
Yes.
And the change in the median salinity for existing condition alternative 5 is less than 1.25%, correct? Or about 5 out of 410?
Objection, the percentage is not reflected in his exhibit.
I gave him the numbers. He can tell me if I'm wrong. It's clear that he can calculate them.
I think it's a fair question. I mean, and you can caveat, Dr. Garcia.
Sure. The difference would be 5 divided by 400, or the percentage would be 5 divided by 410 within round.
And the change in the median salinity for the future condition alternatives 5, 2040 is 5 divided by 408, or roughly 1.25%.
It would be calculated from the difference 5 divided by 408.
And if we could go to page 8. On table 1, great. Dr. Garcia, did you prepare this table?
Yes.
And if we could, looking at the first 2 columns, comparing the results of the DCP ITP 2020 versus the updated baseline 2020, would you agree that the increase in salinity for the months of March through October is less than 1%? Or if you want to state it by differences, you can go ahead and do that as well.
So just to be clear, based on the table and within rounding, the difference in long-term average monthly salinity for the DCP ITP 2020 and updated baseline 2020 would be, for March, the difference would be about 2. For April, the difference within rounding is 0. For May, it would be 0. For June, it would be -1. For July, it would be 1. For August, it would be 2, and for September, it would be 0.
And looking at the same 2 model runs, would you agree that the change in salinity for the months of November through February is less than 2%?
Sorry, for which months?
November through February.
November through February. I wouldn't calculate the percentages right now. But I could see the difference for November would be 9. The difference for December would be 8. For January would be 8, and February would be 7.
And looking at, let's see, I think we need to go to page 12. Figure 6. Do you prepare this figure?
Yes.
And this is showing a 5-year simulation of the daily average salinity at Clifton Court for the CC50 hydrology from 2043 with and without DCP, correct?
Yes, this is showing a 5-year period of DWR's 100-year simulation. It's just an example of a time period that we selected at the very end of the simulation.
And we talked about a similar table, different but same time period, different location, but same time period earlier this morning in regards to Stockton, correct?
Just to clarify, I wouldn't categorize this as a table, but as a figure.
Figure, sorry. Yes, if I insert the word figure, would you agree with my statement?
Yes, this is the same time period and the same format of figure.
And at the bottom of the figure, it shows a plot. It plots the difference in daily salinity at Clifton Court between the two simulations, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the bottom part of that, it's like a graph to me, but I'll call it figure. We see an increase in EC for DCP of around 200 in 2017. Is that correct?
Yes, it looks like it happens around maybe December 2017 or January 2018.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. Would you say the increase in the daily EC of 200 was typical? In other words, did you find many other examples? I'll just state it this way, and if you need me to restate it. Did you look at other time periods throughout the remainder of the 95 years in the 100-year simulation?
I think I have looked at those other periods, but I don't recall, from memory what those look like. We selected this time period again as a representative period, which had a mix of water year types, and it also has another benefit, which is it is the most recent of the years in the model simulation.
So sitting here today, you can't recall if you saw reductions in daily average EC that were greater than 200 units.
No, I don't recall off the top of my head what those other 95 years of simulation look like.
And if we could go to page 16. Did you prepare this table, Dr. Garcia?
Yes, with the correction that was noted, and Dr. Paulson was presenting earlier, this snippet of the table would need to be updated in the final row. The table in BBID 014 is correct and should be the one that should replace this table 3.
And the figure, I was looking at these, the figure, there's no change in the percentages between the project and no project for the North Delta priority. The difference is in the annual, the 5.9 and 10.2 number. Do you agree with that?
I don't believe I understand your question.
Okay, well, we can go back. It's hard because we can't put these side by side. But let's go to BBID 14, table 3. Oh, I should tell you the page number, sorry. It is page 16, I think we were on it, yes. Table 3 here. And then so looking at the North Delta priority 2020 for project and no project on the bottom row of annual, do you see that number that was 5.9 is 4.5?
So just to be clear, under NDD priority 2020, if we're looking at the annual row, which is the very bottom, the no project median Clifton Court 4-bay monthly residence time is 4.5 days, and that's consistent with the no project for the FEIR 2020. It's the same baseline condition. And then the median monthly residence time for the NED priority 2020 with the project is a 6.3.
And the table we looked at previously, the 4.5 number you just described was 5.9, correct?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but this table is the correct.
Let's go back, if we could, to BBID. Please keep in mind 4.5 and 6.3 as the numbers that we're looking at in the annual column. And if we could please go back to BBID 15, slide 16. And if we do the same thing, Dr. Garcia, and we look at the annual, which is the bottom row, and we look under the column no project, the number that was 4.5 in the other table is 5.9 here, correct?
That is correct, and I believe I stated that this table needs to be updated. The annual row needs to be updated in this version of the table.
I have additional questions, but we need to nail down the numbers. And in the project scenario, it says 10.2 on the annual last row, and in the corrected table, it's 6.3, correct?
Correct. In the corrected table, it is 4.5 for the no project and 6.3 for the project.
Okay, and then if Ms. Mullen, could we pull up what has been marked as BBID 011? It's the technical report from Dr. Paulson's testimony, previous testimony. And can we go to PDF page 20? And Dr. Garcia, you didn't appear here, so I don't know if you were involved behind the scenes in preparing this table or if I should direct my questions to Dr. Paulson about the numbers in this table. Did you help prepare this report or this information in Dr. Paulson's prior testimony?
I did prepare this table.
Okay, great. Then I'll ask you. So in looking at this table, it's laid out a little bit differently, but it shows the similar information for the median monthly residence time in Clifton Court 4 Bay for water year 1923 to 2015, correct?
Correct.
And it's, like I said, it's laid out a little different, but we can see that the existing column, which is on the far left, the annual is 5.9, correct?
Yes, for the existing 2020, the annual is reported here as 5.9. As I'm looking at it, I think that this table would also need to be updated and revised only in the annual row.
Okay, so the information presented in this table should be superseded by the table not in the slideshow, but in Dr. Paulson's testimony, BBID 14, table 3 on page 16.
Correct. It should be in BBID 14, table 3.
And is it fair to say that any number in this table that is comparing the existing 2020 annual, any annual number that's comparing back to the existing might need to be updated as well? If it's
I believe it's the annual row which would need to be updated.
Okay, and then, but similarly then, there's comparisons to the annual, like for example, in the NDDP row column, if we go all the way down to annual, it has the erroneous 10.2 number as well, correct?
As I stated, I think the full row, started for an annual, the entire row, I think would need to be revisited and I think would be superseded by table 3 in BBID 014.
Okay. And Hearing Officer Kinsey, as a point of clarification, I think there's multiple slides and slides and reports where this needs to be updated. And then there's also text in the reports that summarizes and has these percentages. So, and this includes testimony that was previously provided in the case in chief testimony. How are we going to?
Indeed. And how are we going to track it? Yes. That's what I'm wondering, and I'll look to you, Ms. Tabor. I mean, one thing we could do is have I don't know how many places this appears, but have an errata document that just references the different places and identifies a corrected number. So we have a consolidated document that points to all the places in which these numbers may appear. I'm not sure, Ms. Tabor, if you have a suggestion or want to think about the best way to document
I think we would want to confer with Exponent to identify how many changes are needed to be done.
Okay.
I mean, my personal preference would be to do a red line of each exhibit. I think that would be easier than having an errata that you had to compare.
Sure.
But we would need to consider how reaching the changes are.
That makes sense. Why don't you consider that, and we'll revisit this at some point next week. We're together for 3 days, so
sure,
we can talk about the best way to do that. And Ms. Morris, don't let me forget, please. Or try. I shouldn't put that on you. Let's work together not to forget.
Sounds like a good plan. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. I think Dr. Paulson, I have some additional questions for you. Related to residence time. We could take this down. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So I wanted to first, I have maybe just a cleanup. I shouldn't have had you take it all the way down. I need to go back to BBID 15, slide 22, because I have a clarifying question before we get into this. I want to clarify here, Dr. Polson, you say DWR is not evaluated in North Delta priority operations for climate adjusted or future climate scenarios. And then later down, you say shifting from South to North Delta diversions would have extraordinary impacts to residence time. When you say shifting in the context of this slide, are you talking about a North Delta, an NDD priority type operation?
Any shift from the proposed operations that would move more of the exports from the south to the north is what I'm talking about.
And are you familiar with the operating criteria and the permits that DWR has submitted regarding some operating criteria?
Generally, yes. I'm not an operations expert.
Well, would you agree that understanding the operations of when there could be shifting from the South Delta to the North Delta would be important to understanding water quality impacts?
Well, I think that's a slightly different thing. We evaluated our analysis, or we performed our analysis of water quality impacts on the modeling that DWR has performed and has disclosed. So I understand that to be the proposed operations. But to the extent that there is additional shifting, for example, in the catastrophic failure scenario, we haven't seen any model results that characterize how the DCP would operate under those circumstances.
So you would agree with me that DWR has modeled some shifting from South to North Delta, consistent with the operations and the operating criteria that DWR has defined in their modeling assumptions, correct?
I don't know how to answer that in the sense that the DCP itself, the base proposal project, is to shift some exports and add exports in the north, right?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Let me try.
Okay, I don't.
Have you reviewed the permit terms relating to balanced conditions and excess conditions and how the DCP will operate during those timeframes?
Yes.
So you do understand that there are times that are already captured in the modeling where the Delta Conveyance Project balanced conditions under certain circumstances can shift exports from the South Delta to the North Delta.
I mean, I understand that the operations of the project that were modeled do that. Again, we focused on DWR's model results in performing this analysis. My concern is with additional shifting that is not captured in the modeling that could be done in the future.
Correct. So you would agree with me then that the shifting that is in the model and in the model runs is not the shifting that you are talking about in this bullet on the bottom, shifting from south to north delta, that it's something different.
I don't know how to answer that question because I don't understand it.
Okay.
I mean, again, to be really clear, we evaluated DWR's model runs. I do have the operations. I'm generally familiar with the operations plan, the idea of balanced or excess, et cetera. Again, what we would be concerned about would be additional shifting from the south to the north that has not yet been modeled.
So Dr. Polson, I listen very carefully when you answer. So I listen to your testimony and read it. My question is, we just defined a certain amount of shifting that was already occurring in the model, and you agreed and recognized that, correct?
I don't think I would characterize it as shifting. I mean, I think it's the proposed operations of the project.
Okay.
There are diversions or exports that would happen from the North Delta diversion intakes according to a set of operations rules that have been simulated. That's what we evaluated because that's what DWR modeled.
And I understand all that. For the fourth time, I really, truly do. But what I'm asking is something different, because when you use the word shifting without defining what you mean, I am trying to understand what that includes or does not include. And I'm focusing on your use of the word shifting. So looking at your bullet and the words on the screen, shifting from south to north would you agree that the shifting that you are talking about in that particular bullet does not include you're not trying to say that that shifting is defined as what has already been modeled by DWR?
And again, I only know how to say this clearly. Well, I'll try a different way.
You know what? Strike the question.
I think that, okay.
I withdraw the question. I don't need an explanation again. Thank you. Let's go back to this though. When you say the North Delta priority, NDD priority, are you suggesting that the North Delta NDD priority on bullet 1 is something different than just some amount of shifting in your bullet 3? Are those the same, or is that something different to you?
I don't know how to answer that question. I will say that my understanding of the NDD priority scenario has greater exports from the North Delta diversion intake locations than any of the other model runs that we've evaluated. So I think I would probably characterize that as, well, just as that. It has higher exports from the North Delta diversion intake locations than the other model scenarios that we've looked at.
And so your testimony is that the North Delta priority operations is of all of the modeling runs that have been presented and that you've evaluated, would have the most diversions that coming from the North Delta and the least diversions coming from the South Delta. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. My memory of it is that the NDD intake flow rates are higher in the NDD priority run than they are in any of the other model runs that we've looked at.
I
don't know how to answer the shifting part because I would have to go back and look at what the South Delta diversion flow rates are for that scenario. We probably looked at it, but I don't remember the results.
That's okay. You answered my question in the beginning. I wasn't asking about shifting in that question. Let's talk about some of the residence time work that you did. Under the ITP scenario, the scenario that reflects the planned DCP operations, the DCP increases the long-term median residence time in Clifton Court 4A from 4.5 to 4.7 days annually, correct?
Did you say the long-term median? I need to look at exactly which results you're looking at, but I think that is probably correct. Let me pull up the figure. Sorry, I believe you said, which scenario are we talking about again? Let's just be really clear.
Let's do that. I'm looking at the DCP, the ITP scenario.
Okay, and apologies, what was the question?
Under that scenario, the scenario that reflects planned DCP operations, the DCP increases the long-term median residence time in Clifton Court Bay, from 4.5 to 4.7 days annually, correct?
The table that I have has 4.6 and 4.8. And again, it's that annual row of the table that may need to be checked and corrected.
Okay, but either way, it's 0.2, whether your numbers that are right or the corrected table.
Well, I would want to make extra sure, but it's on that order.
Okay, well, but 4.5 to 4.7 is 0.2, and 4.6 to 4.8 is 0.2, correct? I'm really bad at math, so I might have that
You're
wrong.
correct.
Okay. Have you identified any peer-reviewed literature establishing that increases on the magnitude of 0.2 days is sufficient to increase HAB risk in Clifton Court Forebay?
In my opinion, any increase in residence time increases the likelihood of HABs. And I think the peer-reviewed literature supports that as a general prospect, but I'm not aware of literature that specifically looks at the number of 0.2 days.
Same question for any ecological analysis.
I don't understand the question.
Have you identified any ecological analysis that establishes an increase of 0.2 days is sufficient to increase HAB risk in Clifton Court Forebay?
I mean, again, I think that the body of literature supports the proposition that an increase in residence time correlates to an increase or corresponds to an increase in the likelihood of HABs.
So that's your opinion, but you have not pointed to or are not aware of, as you sit here, to any ecological analysis, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by ecological analysis.
Okay. Have you quantified how many additional HAB events would occur in Clifton Court Forebay under the ITP scenario relative to the baseline?
No, my opinion relates to the likelihood of HABs.
And have you quantified how many additional copper treatments would be required as a result of any increase in HABs in Clifton Court Forebay?
No.
Have you quantified how many additional days of BBID operational outages would result from the residence time increase under the ITP scenario in Clifton Court Forebay?
Well, not explicitly, except that I'll say that BBID's experience is that every treatment corresponds to an outage of approximately a week.
And Dr. Paulson, are you aware that there are numerous treatment options available for managing HABs that differ from those used to treat submerged aquatic vegetation?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
I asked if she was aware.
If to your knowledge.
I
Dr.
focused on the copper treatments that were, I mean, I'm providing rebuttal testimony here. And so I focused on the treatments that have been undertaken inside Clifton Court Forebay to date, and the distinction between a submerged aquatic vegetation and cyanobacteria. So I did not focus on or evaluate other potential treatments for HABs.
So your assumption that any increase in HABs in Clifton Court Forebay would necessarily require copper treatment and therefore cause BBID outages does not reflect any research or analysis on your part if there may be other treatment options.
I mean, again, I can only say this one way. I focused on the copper treatments because those were the treatments that had been undertaken to date for both SAVs and HABs, and because that was the subject of Dr. Priest's criticism of my testimony.
I do not have any further questions on this set of testimony for Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia.
Thank you. I will look if anyone else has questions. And I don't have additional questions. So Ms. Tabor, do you have any, we can also take a break, but Do you know if you have redirect based on those questions?
I do not have any redirect.
There we go. Then with that, I would thank the witnesses, but they're going to be staying with us. So maybe let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we can have a little refresher, and then we will come back with the next set of testimony. I will see you all at 2:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
just done it.
I think Hearing Officer Kinsey needs to be elevated.
That was exactly right. I was demoted. I've never been, I've never been demoted to attendee
I'm
status.
glad I went looking for you.
Sounds like our court reporter, you're ready for us to go back on the record.
I am.
Thank you. And welcome back. I will look to Ms. Tabor. Are you ready to reintroduce our two witnesses for, I think, our final party for whom they will testify?
We are ready. Thank you. Hearing Officer Kenzie Kelly Tabor on behalf of the Sacramento Area Sewer District. We'll skip some of the preliminary questions since we've already done them twice today and once yesterday. Dr. Garcia, welcome back. Is Exhibit SASD 38 a true and correct statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. And Dr. Paulson, welcome back. Is Exhibit SASD 34 a true and correct statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
And is Exhibit SASD 35 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal expert report?
Yes.
Is Exhibit SASD 37 a true and correct copy of the exhibit cited in your written testimony and expert report?
Yes.
And is Exhibit SASD 36 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, would you please bring up Exhibit SASD 36? And Dr. Paulson, please go ahead and summarize your written testimony.
Thank you. Once we bring that up, I think we can skip through the overview slides and maybe start on slide 4. So again, this figure is provided for reference. The Sac Sewer Wastewater Treatment Plant is located just east of the Sacramento River and discharges treated effluent through a diffuser located on the bottom of the river, about 400 feet downstream of the Freeport Bridge. So in the Sacramento River near Freeport. And flows at this river location are tidally influenced. And particularly when the net inflows to the delta are low, the flows here can slow down and even reverse. So that is framing for some of this. The next slide. Thank you. I would like to make the same correction in this slide that I made in a prior, I think it was the DPWA testimony, but I'm not sure. This slide shows the model scenarios that were discussed by Dr. Priest and by Mr. Singh in their case in chief and rebuttal testimony. The point I wanted to make with this slide is that Dr. Priest in her case in chief testimony presented information on the FEIR existing condition 2020 and alternative 5 2020 conditions. And then in her rebuttal testimony, she also presented information from both sets of 2043 model runs. Mr. Singh in his case in chief testimony presented the FEIR 2020 existing condition and alternative 5 scenarios. He did not present information on the future condition. So the X in the no project FEIR future condition is in error, and we will correct that. And then in his rebuttal testimony, that's where he presented the FEIR 2040 scenario information together with the 2043 scenario information. We used these model runs as the basis of our analyses. We used the methods that were described in my case in chief testimony, and where we're comparing overlapping sets of model results, we are comparing for the overlapping time period. So for example, if we're making a comparison that utilizes the FEIR model results, we're using the 94-year period of 1923 to 2015. Next slide, please. So in my prior case in chief testimony, which was SASD 13, I analyzed the frequency of reverse flow events and reverse flow distances for both no project and with project DCP conditions. And I did that because, as described in my prior testimony, DWR's testimony and analysis looked primarily at long-term averages or statistical summaries. So DWR's description of impacts was difficult to understand. So my opinion one in my rebuttal testimony is based upon that work and the analysis of the new model scenarios. And it's that DWR's DSM-2 model runs continue to indicate that reverse flows at Sac Sewer's discharge location will increase in number and severity as a result of future climate change and would likely increase further due to DCP operations. And it's my opinion that DWR's analysis of reverse flow conditions during the period of DCP operation is unreliable and remains insufficient. Next slide, please. In his rebuttal testimony, Mr. Singh described his reverse flow analysis as follows, and I'm going to quote from DWR 123R. He said, "The results of the assessment determined the frequency, i.e. count of events, of reverse flows in the Sacramento River upstream of the proposed intakes near the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Plant discharge location would increase slightly when the intakes were operating. The reverse flows attributable to DCP operations are very small in both duration and reverse flow distance, as shown below in Figure 35. Figure 36 also shows there is no increase in frequency of stronger reverse flow events, reverse flow distance greater than 0.8 miles. That's the end of the quote. Figures 35 and 36 that he referenced are presented on this slide. So the figures compare the 2040 runs, which were presented in the FEIR for 1.8 feet of sea level rise, and the newer 2043 runs, which are the run for the updated baseline conditions where the CC95, which is what's shown in these graphics, has 1 foot of sea level rise. So these figures may leave the impression that the frequency of reverse flow events is similar in the 2040 model scenarios as it is in the 2043 model scenarios, because those lines fall pretty close to each other. The difference, though, is that the 2040 runs were for a 94-year period, whereas the 2043 runs simulated a 100-year period. Mr. Singh was asked during cross-examination whether the timeframes plotted here were different, and he acknowledged that they were. So the 2040 runs show the results for a simulation period that has 34,410 daily values, and the 2043 runs show for a simulation period that has 100 years of daily value, so about 36,500. DWR and Mr. Singh also acknowledged that it did not consider TUCPs or FOLX2 removal action in its analyses. So to evaluate the relative rate of the reverse flow events, we computed results for the period of overlap. So the next slide shows our updated figures where we are comparing the two sets of model runs for the overlapping simulation period of 1923 to 2015. So the large figure, basically these are pairs of results, and the large figure shows 3 pairs of no project and project simulations. So the dashed lines are the baseline simulations, and the solid lines are with DCP. So the yellow and green results are for 2040 with 1.8 feet of sea level rise. The red and the blue are for 2043 CC50 with 0.5 foot of sea level rise. And the purple and the gray are 2043 CC95 with 1 foot of sea level rise. So the figures clearly show that sea level rise does increase the number of reverse flow events. So we see that by comparing the baseline runs for all these. The number of reverse flow events is highest in the 2040 scenarios, followed by the 2043 CC95 scenario. So, as noted in my case in chief testimony, the FEIR simulations, both 2020 and 2040, showed that the number of reverse flow events would decrease slightly if the DCP were implemented. But when we looked at the ITP operations runs, the number of reverse flow events was 3,653 in the ITP, which is 2020 with no sea level rise, 6,002 in 2043 CC50 with half a foot of sea level rise, and then 9,061 in the 2043 CC95 with a foot of sea level rise. With respect to exceedance distances, it was a little bit of a mixed bag. The 2020 ITP operations would increase the number of events at the reverse flow distances of 0.6, 0.8, and 1 mile. And then the 2043 CC50 would increase the number of reverse flow events with reverse flow distances of 0.8 and 1 mile. The reason that we look at the reverse flow distances is because the Freeport Regional Water Authority, which diverts water upstream of Sac Suez diffuser, has operating rules that require it to cease diversions from the Sacramento River when the reverse flow distance exceeds 0.9 miles. That's measured in real time. And so increases in the number of reverse flow events of this magnitude would also impact the Freeport Regional Water Authority's operations. And then if we go to the next slide, please. So this result shows the tabulated results. My slides are a little bit out of order, but it shows the tabulated results where you see that in the existing condition or the 2020 climate scenario from the FEIR, you have 3,117 reverse flow events. For the updated baseline, you have 3,569. So updating for non-stationary climate assumptions results in an increase in the number of reverse flow events. And then when you move to the higher levels of sea level rise, for example, the 2043 CC95 baseline with 1 foot of sea level rise has 8,962 reverse flow events. And then, of course, you can see the number of events that exceed select advective distances shown here as well. And then the next slide, please, looks at the UIF scenarios. So this table summarizes the number of reverse flow events over the 6-year period. So what we did, we looked at the period of overlap with the 1923 to 2015 time period, and then to further analyze what happens in the updated baseline CC50 and 2043 scenarios, we looked at the years that are at the end of that simulation period. So these years, water years 2016 to 2021, were not simulated in the FEIR runs and were not included in the comparison. So here we're looking at the number of reverse flow events in this 6-year period that wasn't included or simulated in the FEIR model runs. So this period included 1 critical year, which was 2021, 1 dry year, which was 2020, 2 below normal years, which were water years 2016 and 2018, and 2 wet years, which were water years 2017 and 2019. So what we see is for this period, the DCP would increase the number and the severity of reverse flow events for the 2043 CC95 conditions with 1 foot of sea level rise. So compared to the baseline for that scenario, which showed 676 reverse flow events, the DCP ITP operations would increase the number of reverse flow events to 723, and that's an increase of 7%. And then for reverse flow events that have an advective distance of 1 mile, the number of those would increase from 45 in the baseline to 51 with the DCP ITP operation. So that's an increase of 13%. And the number of reverse flow events that have a reverse flow distance of 0.8 miles would increase from 72 in the baseline condition to 86 with the DCP, which is an increase of 19%. So for these years and year types, we see that sea level rise alone increases the number and severity of reverse flow events, and then also that the DCP would increase those values still further. And then the next slide, please. So this opinion gets to the impacts of habitat restoration on the hydrodynamics of the delta. So in DWR 123R, Mr. Singh stated, and I'll quote, although exact location of an acreage of habitat restoration for mitigation of DCP operations is yet to be determined, the effect of restoration is generally acknowledged to attenuate tides upstream of the restoration location, reducing upstream reverse flows. And again, that's a quote from DWR 123R. To my knowledge, neither DWR nor Mr. Singh has provided information, again, as he acknowledged, describing the specific locations or the configuration of the planned habitat restoration areas. And as I noted in my case in chief testimony, the Delta Stewardship Council has described how tidal marsh restoration projects, and again, I'll quote, affect delta flows and salinity by changing the geometry of the river flow and tides, either increasing or decreasing salinity intrusion, depending on the location and design of the restoration project. And we submitted that as DPWA 35. So it is well established that habitat restoration can modify tidal properties within an estuary. But those effects really are a function of the location and the depth of the restored areas, the extent to which they're connected with the channels of the estuary, and other factors. So whether restoration would increase or decrease tidal amplitudes depends strongly on the geometry of the system and the location and the details of the restoration areas. So I've included as DPWA 45 a summary paper by Talk and Jay 2020 that discusses these factors. So it describes how habitat restoration alters tidal dynamics by changing two primary factors, both an estuary's energy dissipation and its mass balance. That paper describes that vegetation in restored areas can increase bottom friction, which can dampen tidal amplitudes, especially where the water is shallow. That paper talks about how tidal restoration can expand the tidal prism, meaning the volume of water in an estuary. It can expand the inundated area of the estuary, and it can increase the volume of water within the system, and then, of course, alter the system's geometry. And the system-specific balance between the damping effects and the geometric changes ultimately determines whether habitat restoration will increase or reduce tidal amplitudes. So I've also cited literature that shows how increasing the inundated area in an estuary can increase tidal amplitudes. So for example, the paper Oe et al. 2007, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but that paper looked at the Cook Inlet in Alaska and evaluated the effect of allowing intertidal areas, so mudflats, to inundate with the tides. And it found that doing so, that simulating the inundation of those mudflat areas increased tidal amplitudes by about 20%. There's also a study of land reclamation by Lee et al. 2018 that found that reclaiming land, so reclaiming land is reducing the inundated area. They found that decreased tidal amplitudes, and that therefore allowing those areas to reflood would increase the tidal range. So those two examples show how the restoration effects are site specific. In the next slide, I'm presenting a figure on the right of the Scheldt River estuary. So to support his assertion that habitat restoration will attenuate tides upstream of restoration locations in the Delta, Mr. Singh referenced 3 studies. None of them evaluated restoration in the delta. So two of the studies, Stark 2017, which is included as DWR 140, and Smolders et al. 2015, which is included, I have the number written wrong in my notes. I wrote DWR 140 again, but a different number. Both of those two studies examined tidal propagation in the Scheldt River estuary. That estuary is shown in the graphic on the right-hand side of the screen. And then for reference, the left-hand side of the screen shows how the delta is configured. When he was asked about it in the March 24th, 2026 hearing, Dr. Ateljevich described the Scheldt estuary as, quote, longer and more continuous estuary that doesn't have the maze-like characteristics of the delta, end quote. And I agree with that. So again, the figure on the left shows an estuary, the delta, that has multiple freshwater inflows through different ends or locations. It has a maze of interconnected channels and then a narrow connection point to the bay. The graphic of the Scheldt River estuary on the right is very different. It is, as Dr. Ateljevich said, a long, more linear estuary. It has one primary location for the major freshwater flows at the upstream end of the tidal portion of that estuary. So these two systems have very different geometries, and therefore conclusions from one system really cannot be transferred or transported into the other system. The next paper, or the next slide, excuse me, shows on the right-hand side a figure from the third paper that was referenced by Mr. Singh. This paper is Holloman and Stacy, 2017, which is included as DWR 139. So the figure on the left is the same as the figure before, but it's zoomed out so that you can see San Francisco Bay and a portion of the Pacific Ocean. And the red square or rectangle, I guess, that's on the figure of the left corresponds approximately to the area on the right, which is the screenshot of a figure from the Holloman and Stacy paper, which shows what they looked at. So the figure on the right, DWR 139, shows the study area examined by Holloman and Stacy. And what they were doing was examining the conditions within San Francisco Bay and the connected portions of the Pacific Ocean. So in their analysis, their model study, they included the delta, including the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River, as well as Montezuma Slough as what they called false channels. So you can see in the upper right-hand portion of the figure on the right, the delta was simplified as very long linear features. It was not modeled in its current configuration. Holloman and Stacy also looked at the effect on tidal amplitudes of inundating areas that are located along the margins of San Francisco Bay. So they didn't look at restoration in the delta. They looked at what happens when rising sea levels will inundate additional areas around the margins of San Francisco Bay. So clearly restoration inside San Francisco Bay or a flooding of habitat areas along its margins as a result of sea level rise, and Holloman and Stacy's use of the false channel geometry for the delta and for Montezuma Slough are not representative of what would happen to tides in the delta due to restoration activities that would be undertaken in the delta. Thus, none of the studies that were cited by DWR analyzed the impacts of habitat restoration in the delta itself, nor did they evaluate systems that were analogous to the delta's unique combination of multiple freshwater inflows and maze-like interconnected sloughs and channels. And so none of these studies can be used to support conclusions about how habitat restoration that is proposed as part of the DCP would impact local tidal hydrodynamics, including tidal amplitudes or patterns within the delta. So when he was asked during the DCP hearing, Dr. Ateljevich stated that he had evaluated and modeled several habitat restoration efforts within the delta, but DWR, to my knowledge, hasn't included those studies in the record for this matter. And DWR hasn't described the characteristics of the habitat restoration efforts that it has studied. So for example, the size, the location, the water depths in those areas, the volumes of water in those areas. They haven't characterized how those restored areas are connected to delta channels, and thus they really haven't provided information that would be relevant to support Dr. Ateljevich's assertions that the tidal restoration that would be undertaken as part of the DCP would have the effects that he asserts. Further, Dr. Singh did not cite to the studies that DWR has performed to evaluate tidal restoration in support of his opinions and assertion that habitat restoration in the delta would decrease tidal amplitudes and thereby reduce reverse flow events. So in summary, until the effects of tidal habitat restoration are explicitly evaluated for the delta, using the actual configuration, bathymetry, connectedness, etc., of the proposed restoration, the impacts of that proposed restoration are uncharacterized and unknown. And further, the details really do matter. The location of the habitat restoration, its size, its volume, its depth, its connectedness, the extent to which it will be vegetated, all of those factors matter in how it will affect the flows of water and the tidal dynamics in the delta. So it's my opinion that the potential impacts of habitat restoration on flows in the Sacramento River at Freeport are unknown. And then if we skip forward, one more slide, please. Thank you. I think that the first sub-bullet here, by the way, was copied from the prior PowerPoint and should not be included here. But what I did show you is in my analysis of opinion 1, the results of the modeling that DWR has performed. It did not include TUCPs. It did not include catastrophic failure scenarios. It did not include habitat restoration projects. DWR, as I've previously stated too, also did not include Fall X2 restoration actions or their impacts on tidal hydrodynamics. They didn't evaluate using DSM-2 the ranges of sea level rise that will occur during the operation of the project. So, for example, up to 3.5 feet in the 2085 scenarios. They haven't provided details of the proposed habitat restoration or evaluated the impacts of that habitat restoration on delta hydrodynamics or water quality or reverse flow events at SAC sewer's discharge location. And then I did note also in my case in chief testimony that DWR's offerings with respect to the idea that the DCP could make reverse flows worse would be to notify SAC sewer of the reverse flow events, but that I continue to believe would be insufficient. So DWR still has not proposed a method to evaluate if DCP operations worsen reverse flows and to mitigate or coordinate operations to reduce those impacts should they occur when the project becomes operational. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson. And it looks like, Ms. Morris, I saw you, there you are for a moment. You are
Me again.
You've done a lot of work. Yeah, looks like you're on the spot again. So over to you.
Okay. I have a couple questions here. Dr. Paulson, why do you think DCP operations will increase reverse flows at SAC sewer's discharge location?
Based on my review of DWR's DSM-2 modeling.
And is it correct that SAC sewer's discharge location is upstream of DCP's proposed North Delta intakes?
Yes.
And is it correct that reverse flows at SAC sewer's discharge location occur naturally, especially during low flows in Sacramento River at Freeport?
I don't know how to answer that question to the extent that the flows into the delta are very much managed. I don't know that they're natural. They certainly occur in the current condition.
Is it correct that reverse flows at SAC sewer's discharge location occur currently especially during low flows in the Sacramento River at Freeport?
Yes.
And are you aware of the distance between Sac Sewer's discharge location and the location of the proposed intakes for the Delta Conveyance project in miles?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head. We could look at a map and figure it out pretty easily.
Are you familiar, and this may be for Dr. Garcia, are you familiar that DSM-2 uses model output for Freeport flow from calcium 3 as a boundary condition? Dr. Garcia, do you know?
Oh, were you asking me or were you asking? I can answer that question if you were asking me.
It's your choice. Whoever wants to answer.
I'll answer and then Dr. Garcia can augment if needed. The inflow boundary to DSM-2 is upstream of Freeport. And so flows from calcium are sort of handed off into the DSM-2 model upstream of Freeport.
So you would agree that the model output for DSM-2 uses Freeport flow as a boundary condition?
I don't understand the question.
Do you know what a boundary condition is?
Yes, the boundary of the DSM-2 model is not located at Freeport.
Okay, where is it located?
It is upstream. If we look at the figure, is it in this testimony? It is. We can get an estimate of that by looking at the figure on slide 12.
And if we could pull up, I guess maybe so everyone can see Ms. Mullen, SASD 36, slide 12.
So this figure shows on the left-hand side the DSM-2 model grid. The nodes are the open circles and the channels are the solid black lines. And then the statutory boundary of the delta is shown in pink, and I believe it extends to the Sacramento River at I Street. And then you can see that the DSM-2 grid extends north of that. So I don't remember the name or the exact location of that node, but it is well upstream of Freeport. And Dr. Garcia, if you remember the details, feel free to add them.
That's correct. It's the boundary condition is north of Freeport.
But isn't it true, maybe we're mixing, confused, talking past each other, Dr. Garcia, that we use Freeport flow as a boundary and that output comes from calcium?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. Have you ever looked at the frequency and distribution of flows at Freeport based on calcium 3 output?
Our analysis is based upon the DSM-2 model output of 15-minute and hourly flows at Freeport. That's what we used as the basis for our analysis of reverse flows.
Right, but my question wasn't what did you use for your analysis? My question was different. Have you ever looked at the frequency and distribution of flows at Freeport based on calcium 3 output?
Objection, relevance.
I don't understand the question.
And I would just say I also don't understand the question because calcium output would be at a monthly basis and would inherently not be able to capture tides.
Right. That's the time step issue where the flows come from calcium into DSM-2, they come monthly.
Objection, this is testifying.
Sorry, I'm asking.
I think you're thinking out loud to your next question, right, Ms. Morris? So let's get to that.
Dr. Garcia, are you aware that the flows that feed into DSM-2 come from the calcium model runs?
Generally, yes, the inflows come from calcium.
Okay, so back to my question.
I believe there are some smoothing effects that are applied, like a 30-day moving average or something of that sort.
So you agree calcium provides the model output to run DSM-2, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
Would you agree that calcium provides the model output to run DSM-2?
I find that question confusing.
Dr.
As
Garcia,
we've said, apologies.
the question was to Dr. Garcia. I'm sure he now will say he doesn't understand the question, but please answer.
Objection, argumentative.
Dr. Garcia, please.
I understand that the input flows in DSM-2 are related to calcium.
And have you looked at the distribution? Sorry, have you looked at the frequency and distribution of flows at Freeport based on calcium output? Dr. Garcia.
Again, I don't understand what you mean by frequency of flows based on calcium output.
If we can go to slide 8. And if we can blow this up into, well, first of all, Dr. Garcia, did you prepare this? I'll call it a figure because it's labeled a figure.
Yes.
Okay. And can we blow this up a little bit? I want to focus in on the farther right-hand side of the top here. Is the top lines, are those just sort of blown up from what's shown on the bottom? Is it like almost like an inset a little bit? How would you describe that?
Yes, those are stretched out to zoom in on that portion of the larger graph.
Okay. And those are comparing different scenarios in which there's a baseline and then the dashed lines that are shown are the DCP alternatives, correct?
Yes, the solid lines are the baseline and the dashed lines are those with the DCP.
And in looking at these I think Dr. Paulson uses the word severity, but the distances on the bottom, 0.6 to 0.8, all the way out to 1.0 to 1.2. Isn't it true that all of the dashed lines are either below or on top of the solid lines?
I think it would probably be easier to look at the tabulated values for the different model scenarios. I think one of the challenges with this graphical depiction is that it's sometimes hard to parse out some of those values and differences.
That's why I'm focusing on the top part, which you described as why you stretched it out, correct? So let me try this again. On this slide, in that top section, the reverse flow distance graph shows the frequency is the same or lower in the DCP scenarios than the corresponding base scenario from the 0.8 to 1.0 mile range, correct?
Okay, could you repeat which scenarios we were comparing?
I'm looking at all of the scenarios that are shown in this top corner.
I would say for the CC50, I cannot tell the difference between them visually. For the 2040 conditions, the yellow line, it appears to be above the green line at the 0.8 to 1.0 and distance. And for the CC95, the purple line appears to be above the gray line for the 0.8 to 1.0 miles.
Okay. Want to go, if we can pull up, please, SASD 35. And it's on page 12. And I apologize. It's yeah, beginning on page 12. And that is the report page, not the PDF page. I'm sorry. Great. Dr. Paulson, you are citing in the, if we want to scroll down to the bottom in regards to your opinion too regarding habitat restoration, looking at the paragraph that states multiple studies have shown increasing the inundated area in an estuary. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we want to scroll on to the next page where you have the citations to the Cook Inlets, that appears to be footnote 17, which is DPWA 46. And then I also just want to confirm that you're also citing to the study in Shiyang Bay, which is footnote 18, which I believe is DPWA 52. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's go first to DPWA 46, please, Ms. Mullen. Okay. And this paper, if this is just to be sure, this is the paper you're citing to, correct?
For one of those quotes, it's DPWA 46. Yes.
Right. Okay. And this, if we can scroll down to the second page. It might be the third page, I'm sorry. Yep, there it is. The study area, if we can go there. And would you agree that this is the study area for this paper is the Cook Inlet in Alaska?
Yes.
And if we could go back up to, I think it's figure 2 on PDF page 3, so sorry, down. And just looking at this paper in this figure 2 here, this shows, in essence, the tidal range at 2 different locations that were a part of this study, correct?
Yes.
And how would you characterize the tidal character of the Cook Inlet based on these charts in figure 3 or figure 2?
The tidal amplitude varies depending upon location.
And looking at, well, specifically, this is showing 2 different locations, right? So this is showing the sea level and the tidal range at Anchorage in the top
Yes.
box. And it's also then showing the sea level at Kodiak Island, which is at the end of the estuary or the Cook Inlet, correct?
I think, but I don't know what you mean by end. Anchorage is at the northeast end of the Cook Inlet, and Kodiak Island is, I believe, more to the other side, the mouth.
Can you scroll up just to back, I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen, to the top page so we can see the study location again? And then let's just, let's maybe zoom in a little bit so we can see, if you could point out to us where Kodiak Island is on this study area. Are you able to identify it?
I don't think it's shown on the study area here. Anchorage is shown though.
Okay, let's go back to the tidal amplitude on page 3, figure 2. So looking at the second B, sea level at Kodiak Island, how would you characterize the tidal character based on this figure 2?
I mean, this is showing water levels. I don't know what you mean by tidal character. Do you mean tidal amplitude? What do you mean?
Tidal amplitude.
I mean, the tides generally range from on the order of -2 meters to +2 meters. They're within that sort of general band with some spring neap cycling and the like.
And then if we go back to the Anchorage, the A, how would you describe that tidal amplitude?
It's larger. I mean, I would say the bands, it falls within the bands of roughly -6 meters to roughly +5 meters.
And looking at the bottom graph for the location at Kodiak Island, is that tidal amplitude comparable to the Bay Delta?
What do you mean? Sorry.
And looking at B and the range of water level, levels, then you described the tidal amplitude. If we go down, is that similar to the tidal amplitude within the Bay Delta?
The tidal amplitude within the Bay Delta is definitely more similar to the tidal amplitude at Kodiak Island than it would be to the tidal amplitude at Anchorage.
And do you think it's fair to characterize this particular inlet as one of the largest tidal amplifications in the world?
Oh, I don't know. The paper may state something like that. I know it has a fairly high tidal amplitude. You see that in the image here.
And do you know the main physical considerations for tides in the Cook Inlet?
I don't understand the question.
Do the tides get bigger or smaller? Sorry, do the tides get bigger or smaller as they travel towards the head of the estuary?
The amplitude increases as water travels up toward the head of the estuary.
And the details in your testimony, let's just look at figure 3 again. I think that's on the next page. And in your testimony, you talk about the mud flats, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the map of figure 3, where the location of the mud flats in magenta, would you consider those to be at the sort of head of the estuary? The top figure where the magenta, sorry, the bottom figure shown as B, the magenta colored, that is in the top right-hand corner of the square B labeled in this paper.
I mean, there certainly are tidal flats up there, including Turnagain Arm, which is one of the places that's studied in this paper, but there are also shallow areas and tidal mud flats along some of the margins outside of that northeastern area as well.
But in the magenta area, that in the top part of that figure, would you agree that it wouldn't really be possible for those mud flats to be upstream? They're essentially at the top of that estuary.
I don't understand the question. Upstream of what?
Well,
they are upstream. They're in the upstream portion, if you will, of this graphic, I think.
If we look at the bottom where the water's traveling in, where it's blue in this figure, do you see that? Would you agree that's where the water is coming into this Cook Inlet?
I mean, there are freshwater rivers that flow into, but that would be its main connection with the ocean or tidal waters, ocean waters.
So if we think of the tide moving in from this dark blue area and up and towards these magenta areas, mud flats, it wouldn't really be possible. I mean, that's kind of the top of this estuary, right? For anything to occur above those magenta colored areas.
I don't understand your question.
That's fine. And let's go to DPWA 52.
Yes.
I'm just waiting for Miss Mullen to pull it up. This is the study that you cited that was looking at the Xiangshan Bay, correct?
I don't know how you pronounce it, but yes.
Yeah, I might be saying it wrong. I practice.
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
I'm not very good at these things. So we'll agree. It's what we know what it is, but I might be saying it wrong. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. And what is the size of the Xiangshan estuary?
It's described in the paper. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Do you know roughly in comparison to the Bay Delta, is it the same size as the Bay Delta? Is it smaller? Is it larger?
Well, it's configured a little bit differently. The paper indicates that the bay is about 60 kilometers long from the mouth to the upper head, and that its width shrinks from approximately 18 kilometers at the mouth to approximately 4 kilometers near, and again, forgive my pronunciation, Shihu Inlet, and then it expands to approximately 6 kilometers at the bay head. So there's a rough description of it.
But
It's
in
at the
your
top of page 2, by the way.
Thank you. I can read the description. But I'm trying to understand in comparison since you're using this. Do you have an idea of how that size of the Xiangshan Bay compares to the Bay Delta?
I mean, it's a very different configured system. It's much broader at its widest points than any of the channels of the Delta are.
Okay.
I'd have to look at San Francisco Bay to see how it compares to that part. But the channels in general are configured differently and are larger than the channels in the Delta.
And do you know how big the tides are within this Xiangshan?
Yes.
Yes?
Again, yes.
And what is that? 4 to 6.5 meters, is that correct?
The dominant tides in the bay are semi-diurnal, with the tide range increasing from the mouth about 4 meters to the head about 6.5 meters.
And do the tides grow or diminish as you proceed further into the estuary?
I mean, this just said that the tidal amplitude at the mouth is around 4 meters and at the head around 6.5 meters. So it's larger at the head than it is at the mouth.
Is the Xiangshan Bay a semi-closed bay?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't thought about that question.
Well, if we
I mean, I think the paper characterizes it as a semi-closed bay.
if we can scroll down to the bottom of page 1, but do you see the last 2 sentences?
Yes.
And you would agree it describes it as a semi-closed bay?
Yes.
Do tides propagate the same way in a semi-closed bay, like the 2 we just talked about, as they do in a fluvial estuary like the Delta?
I mean, fundamentally, the physical processes that drive the propagation of tides are similar in all of those systems. It's gravity.
Is that a yes?
The basic fundamental tidal processes that drive flows in estuarine systems or tidal systems are fundamentally the same.
Okay.
The behavior in those systems may differ depending on their geometry, but the physics are fundamentally the same.
Well, would you agree that describing something as a semi-closed versus a fluvial estuary is describing different geometry?
I've already said I agree that the geometry of these 2 systems are different.
So we're saying the same thing. Do tides similar in the South San Francisco? Strike that. Let me go back to if we could go back to SD 36 and page 9, please, Miss Millen. And if we could zoom in on this. Maybe I'll just ask a follow-up question to Dr. Paulson. Do tides propagate the same in the South San Francisco Bay as they do in the North San Francisco Bay?
No, I would say that, I mean, the physical processes, again, that drive the movement of water in a tidal system are the same, but the actual behavior of the water in those systems, the tidal amplitude, et cetera, differs depending upon that system's geometry. And the geometry of South San Francisco Bay is a little bit different than the geometry of the North Bay. I mean, I think that that's characterized fairly well in the Holloman and Stacy study.
Are you familiar with the idea of a progressive wave and a standing wave?
Yes, generally, yes.
If we could, I think, Dr. Garcia, did you prepare this table? Too, that's shown on the screen.
Yes, I prepared this table.
Okay. And are you aware, Dr. Garcia, that the North Delta priority is the scenario for DCP operations that includes the most water moving through the proposed intakes?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Well, Dr. Paulson earlier, if you didn't hear her, I can have her confirm it. If you know, please.
Please, Dr. Paulson.
It depends upon the time that you're looking at. The North Delta diversion intakes are idle part of the time. So in general, as a long-term average over that simulation, yes, the NDD intakes divert more water. But what they're doing at any instant within that simulation, we'd have to look at the model results to know.
And Dr. Garcia, looking at the table, if we compare the existing condition 2020, we see that there's 3,117 reverse flow events, correct?
That's what the table says, yes.
And then in looking at the North Delta prioritization 2020, we see that there are less reverse flow frequency events than existing conditions of only 3,094, correct?
For those two scenarios, that's what the table says.
And then also, if we compare existing conditions 2020 to alternative 5 for the Delta Conveyance project, we see that those are also less than the existing conditions with only 3,052 occurrences, correct?
For those two scenarios, that's correct.
I think I'm done. If I could get just 5 minutes, I just want to go back through one thing. And maybe we might be done with me for now.
That sounds good. I'm going to be a little unconventional. I have a really minor point of clarification for, I think, for Dr. Paulson on just citation. So I'm going to go through that and then I'll give you a break, Ms. Morris,
Sure.
just in case we need a break. But I think it's really an easy question here. Let me make sure I can pull it up. With respect to, if we can go, please, Ms. Mullen, to SASD 35. And I believe if we can just go to page 4, I think that's the list of figures. And I just wanted to confirm a citation in one of the figure titles. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So under figure 5, you have a reference here to the Holloman and Stacy publication, which is DWR 0139. I think from looking at 0139 that the date referenced should be 2014, not 2017. I just wanted to confirm that it's the one in the same paper. But if you need
I
a
think you
moment-
are correct. No, I have a printed copy of
Okay.
it in front of me, and I think you're correct. DWR
Okay.
139 is dated May 2014.
Great, thank you. And that makes
Apologies for the discrepancy.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have, sometimes there are more than one publication and it matters.
And I
Yes,
don't,
please.
I am done for this part of my cross-examination.
You're done. Okay, thank you. And I don't have more questions. So with that, Ms. Tabor, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Dr. Paulson, with respect to Ms. Morris's questions about Table 2 and SASD 36 and the North Delta prioritization scenario having fewer reverse flow events than other scenarios, do you have do you know why that would be the case, or do you have a theory as to why that would be the case?
Objection, that's outside the scope of this cross-examination. I asked about numbers, not about why. We've had an extensive discussion in previous cross-examination And this appears to be an attempt to do an end run around and add additional information.
I'm going to allow it on my own prerogative because I'd like here to answer the question. You will get a chance, Ms. Morris, of course, to follow up. So please, Dr. Paulson.
I don't explicitly have a reason for that. I would note that the NDD priority scenario shows a higher number of reverse flow events than the corresponding alternative 5 normal DCP operations scenario. Yeah, we sort of touched on the idea that flows in this system aren't natural, and there are a lot of management decisions and reservoir releases and things that are captured in DWR's modeling. So without going back and looking in detail at all of those factors to see, for example, how delta inflows from the Sacramento River change in those two scenarios, I don't have an answer off the top of my head. I would also note, though, that those scenarios and the scenarios that Ms. Morris focused on in her questioning are not the current climate conditions, or they haven't been adjusted for non-stationarity, et cetera. They aren't the most up-to-date representations of the hydrodynamics of the delta or the operations of the project.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Morris, do you want to follow up?
If we could pull up that table.
I'll look to the room for a citation.
Oh yeah, that's my bad. I'm so sorry. I have it right. But I think the easiest place is in the report SASD 35, page 11, and I think we might have been on that page, so it hopefully would be easy. Or hopefully we'll just open
I
there.
think I moved us to the figures, but there we are.
Oh, it's page 12. Usually it's about 8 pages forward. I'm sorry, Miss Mullen. That's it, table 2. And just, I guess, Dr. Garcia, in looking again at this table and the 0.8 miles, again, we see the existing conditions has 26 instances, and both alternative 5 and the North Delta prioritization have less instances at that distance, correct?
For those, the FEIR runs, that's correct, but that's not the same pattern that's observed for the updated baseline or some of the future runs.
And do you recall that I asked you questions regarding the other conditions that are shown a different way in figure 3? And we talked about all of those scenarios.
You were asking me about the figure earlier, yes.
Okay, and that wasn't just limited to the North Delta, to the FEIR model runs, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
And that table, the figure 3 that we looked at and talked about, was not limited to the FEIR runs, correct? That was actually looking at the climate change runs.
The table, the figure 3 has a subset of these model runs. I think for me, I find it easier to read the numeric values in the table compared to the graphic.
Okay, I appreciate that. But my question was, when I was cross-examining you earlier about the frequency and severity of reverse flows, we looked at the climate change conditions in figure 3, correct? We didn't just look at this table. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think figure 3 has the CC50 and 95 runs in addition to the FEIR 2040 runs.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe with that, we've made it through. So with that, Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia, thank you so much for spending so much of your time with us this week. I very much appreciate your testimony and your thoughtful responses to all of these questions. And you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
think we are at 3:35, but I think we had excused other witnesses for today and gave ourselves the challenge of trying to end early. We do have a pending discussion about possibly an additional hearing day. I think our lead runner right now was June 25th. And then if I remember correctly, DWR had indicated availability the morning of June 22nd as a second priority, so to speak. Ms. Moskal, I see you are here, so I'm going to look to you because I'm guessing you may have something to add to the discussion.
Hi, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Sorry, again, audio issues. We do have an update. Thank you for the flexibility. The 25th does work, and we have almost all of our witness shuffling figured out. There's one outstanding change that we haven't been able to firm up yet. And because of that, we don't know yet whether we will need the half day on the 22nd. I can send an email to the service list this afternoon with the changes that we can currently confirm. I can also just list them now if you would like me to.
Unless there's an objection, I think probably having it in writing would be most effective for everyone. And thank you so much for your work in the background. It sounds like what we should do is go ahead and I mean, it's Friday afternoon, but our team will work on officially noticing June 25th. But I would ask everyone to hold as a possibility the morning of June 22nd, which may also be needed or a portion thereof needed. So we will hold that here at the AHO, and I would ask TWR to hold those as well, and others who may want to participate on those days. And we can confirm next week when we're together. I will look to, we can circle back again, but Ms. Carroll, do you have anything to add on those points?
Oh, just if possible, if we could limit it just to adding the 25th, we would greatly appreciate that, but we will hold the 22nd in the morning.
I think we would all greatly appreciate it, although that's going to be a long week regardless. And I'm always optimistic that we may gain some time, but I realize you're reshuffling, which may not actually, we may have other days like this where we have a little time back, which is good.
Yes, we will do our best to avoid scheduling on the 22nd. We would also appreciate not adding another day.
Great. And thank you. With that, is there anything else we should address before we break for the weekend? And with the intent of coming back on Monday, as I said, we will work on our end of officially noticing June 25th with a tentative hold for the 22nd until we confirm. And with that, thank you so much for your patience. Oh, yes, Ms. Carroll.
Sorry, I just thought of this as on the page break. I apologize. We do have the DTEC witnesses on Monday, but they also had intended Dr. Finn and Miss Berrigan-Perea to come on Tuesday. I didn't know if it would be prudent to see if maybe they could also come Monday afternoon in the event that we finish early.
I will look I don't know, Ms. Moskal, if you know the answer to this, but I'm not sure how to interpret the way it was written. Do you know?
I do not know the answer, unfortunately.
Okay.
That's fine.
I think, unfortunately, we don't know. Yes, so you're right. It's not clear whether they might also be available on the 8th. We will do our best. All right, then with that, have a lovely weekend, and we are adjourned. I will see you Monday morning. Thank you.